Entertainment and Sports Network.
On a beautiful Saturday afternoon in New York City, it is time for baseball as the Yes Network presents New York Yankees baseball. It's the New York Yankees against the Oakland Athletics in the middle game of the three-game set from Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, New York. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Yankees baseball along with Paul O'Neill and Ken Singleton. I'm Michael Kay. Just when they need to be rolling, the Yankees are rolling. They've won 6 in a row, and number 6 was an extra inning win over the A's by a 2-1 score. Sent everybody home happy with one swing.
Well, somebody had to be the hero last night, and last night it was Russell Martin. This is going to be his 4th career walk-off home run, and he's been hot lately. 12 runs batted in his last 13 games. He's starting to swing the bat. He gets the hero's welcome at home plate last night. The Yankees went 2-1 in 10 innings.
And they need to keep winning because the Orioles keep winning. Orioles defeated the Red Sox. They're still a game behind in the East. The Orioles now have a 1-game lead over the Athletics for the first wild card spot. And the second wild card spot, well, the Angels are 3.5 behind, and the Rays are 4.5 behind. So when we're in a pennant race like that, you need your ace pitchers to step up. And Paul, yesterday, CC Sabathia did just that.
Well, he did, and there was a little concern his past 3 or 4 starts. He has not been himself, but last night, good breaking ball, had a little more life on his fastball. 8 shutout innings. This is a perfect time for CC Sabathia to become his #1, not only to win the American League East, but go into the playoffs.
He was outstanding yesterday. Total pitches 113. He threw 50 fastballs. His average fastball speed 93 miles an hour, which is good. He maxed out at 96, but the totals that matter: 8 innings, 3 hits, did not allow a run, 2 walks, and 11 strikeouts. Well, can Ivan Nova do the same thing? They need all their pitchers to be clicking. When he came out the DL, his first start was very good. How good was he? When we get back, Paul O'Neill will tell us on Yes. Welcome back to Yankees baseball, everybody. Let's take a look at today's New York Lottery pitching matchup. The left-handed Travis Blackley will go for the A's 5-3, 3.36, and Ivan Nova gets start for the Yankees 12-7, 4.85. Last time out against Tampa Bay Rays, Paul, he looked pretty good.
He did, and it was his first outing back off the disabled list. And again, the importance of these games, Ivan Nova needs to be at his best. I mean, he had a good breaking ball, and he is at his best when he has his good breaking ball. Not overpowering, but just learn how to pitch. Coming down the stretch here, if he can get hot like he did in early April and May, where he put together 4 or 5 consecutive wins, unbelievable for the Yankees.
Yankees try to win the second game of this series in this 3-game set against the A's. Now that sounds like an A flat, which is just what the Yankees want. They want the A's to be flat. Lineup, first pitch baseball coming up next on Yes. Yankees Baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by Looper in theaters September 28th, by J&R Music and Computer World, and by Honda. Visit your Honda dealer right now for great deals. Only a Honda is a Honda. Clouds have rolled in over Yankee Stadium, but they're expecting to get this one in. Yankees have taken the field. Let's take a look at the A's starting lineup presented by Bank of America. The shortstop, Stephen Drew, leads off. Batting second and playing left field, Seth Smith. Yoenis Cespedes, the center fielder, is going to hit third. Cleaning up the first baseman, Brandon Moss. The DH is Chris Carter. He'll bat fifth. Batting sixth, playing right field, Josh Reddick. Josh Donaldson at third base will bat seventh. George Contreras, the catcher, is going to hit eighth, and batting ninth and playing second base, Cliff Pennington. And the starter for the Yankees is Ivan Nova. This is his 27th start, 12-7, 4.85 ERA, about 20 more hits than innings pitched, about a 3-1 strikeout to walk ratio. And now here's the scouting report.
Scouting, he knows how to buckle down. I mean, he knows how to get the big out. Batters are hitting 172 with runners in scoring position with 2 outs. And welcome back. I mean, he threw great. Came back off the DL on September 15th. 6 shutout innings. And sweet September. His career record the past couple of years, 3-0 in September. So I'd like to see him continue. What's that, Earth, Wind, and Fire song there? September?
Yeah, something like that.
First pitch to Drew is a strike, so we are underway. And Nova deals. Pitch low, 1-1. Yankees had a 1-0 lead going into the 9th inning yesterday. Brandon Moss with a pinch hit home run off Soriano tied the game at 1. And the Yankees won it in the bottom of the 10th inning with a walk-off home run by Russell Martin. CC Sabathia gave them 8 shutout innings and looked like the ace that the Yankees need him to be.
They only gave up 3 hits, and the batter to play, Drew, had 2 of them.
And now Drew has a hit against Nova as he dunks that one into left field. It gets past Ichiro Suzuki, and Stephen Drew has himself a double.
You know, Drew has really kept the ball in the middle of the field these first couple of games, and you know, he's successful doing that. Stays up the middle, lines this ball to left center field, ball up. The pitch to hit. Ichiro takes a funny angle where he can't round this ball off. Don't know if he's going to have a chance at second anyway, but so he mishandles it. It's a sure double.
Drew's liking it here in the Bronx. He's had 3 hits the first 2 games. He came in, well, coming into the day, he was 11 for 55, so maybe he's starting to heat up a bit.
Here is Seth Smith. He wants to pull the ball, move the runner to third. Instead, he hits it the other way and deep. Going back, Andrew Jones still back, and it's over his head and off the base of the wall. Drew rounds third. He will score easily. Seth Smith with a double and an RBI, and the A's are on the board 1-0.
Well, one thing we saw from Nova in his start against Tampa Bay, to me, his fastball had a lot more mustard on it, a lot more wasabi, whatever you want to call it. He was throwing a lot harder. And today, this one's up, elevated for Smith, and he just drives it over the head of Andrew Jones up against the wall, short hops the wall, and the A's are on the board quickly. Back-to-back doubles.
You see those doubles, both of them basically the same pitch, and if you're going to pitch there, you better have an overpowering fastball or some good movement. Neither of those pitches did. Just kind of hung out of the outer half. Both guys drive the ball to left center field.
Pitch to Cespedes is low, 1-0. Yoenis hitting .290, 19 homers, 73 ribbies. He's a really good player. Might be the best player that you don't know that much about. And if it wasn't for Mike Trout, he'd be the American League Rookie of the Year.
He had a 6-game hitting streak broken here last night.
Just missed one off the end of the bat. And it's funny to me how this game, you know, last night with CC Sabathia and Parker both going as good. I mean, runs, they weren't even close. You come out in the first inning, back-to-back doubles, you're already on the board. So, you know, different day, different type of game.
Smith leads off second. And the 2-0. It's high, 3-0.
You were talking about Cespedes, Michael, and Mike Trout. Cespedes is second among rookies in hits, runs, doubles, home runs, RBIs, extra base hits. Mike Trout's first in all of those.
Yeah.
Wrong year to be a rookie if you're not Mike Trout. There's a strike. Now, boy, Cespedes does some job with runners in scoring position. He's 34 for 97. That's 351 for a kid.
Yeah, well, rising to the occasion.
Has a great arm in the outfield. He's got a lot of tools. Today's team's a good team. The 3-1. Line drive, base hit to left field. Smith held up. He will round third. He will score easily. Cespedes is going for 2, and he is in there with a double. 3 straight doubles for the A's, and they lead 2-0.
Well, this is really nothing new for Nova. When he gives up hits, he gives up extra base hits, leading all of baseball with giving up extra base hits, and these have been 3 bullets. They haven't been cheap. Bob Melvin, obviously, this is a tough road trip coming into Yankee Stadium. Again, a hitter's count, fastball right down the middle. Ball just hit too far, too hard for any chance.
This is Smith holding up. He makes sure the ball gets to the outfield. He thought Knicks had a chance at it. He scores easily, but the play here is Cespedes getting to second base.
So Larry Rothschild went out and had a talk with Nova, and they've had a lot of talks about extra base hits allowed, 84 including today, and that's the most in the American League. The Royals' Bruce Chen is next at 79, and then Phil Hughes with 77. Here's Brandon Moss. He made everybody's night just a little bit longer yesterday with that pinch hit home run.
Made Russell Martin a hero, though.
Yes, he did.
That's nothing new for Moss to get a pinch hit. He's 5 for 10 as a pinch hitter this year. But this was his first pinch hit home run last night. A hanging slider from Rafael Soriano that tied the game. In the top half of the 9th inning with 1 out, the Yankees would win it. In the bottom of the 10th, well, the home run from Russell Martin.
The 0-2. Grounded to second base. That'll get Cespedes to third. And as Brandon Moss is out, first out of the game. Want to check out the Yankee defense, brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealer. Jones, Ichiro, and Swisher in the outfield. Granderson has the day off. We'll talk about that when we give you the lineup. Nix, Jeter, Cano, and McGee third to first. Stewart's behind the plate. Russell Martin, the hero yesterday, not starting today. Day game after night game. Ivan Nova is on the mound. Yankees bring the infield in with Carter at the plate. And there's a strike.
Carter, one of those guys. Chili Davis, their hitting coach, says you've got to stick around and watch this guy take batting practice. Unbelievable power. Last night, CC Sabathia really had him off balance. It's like he doesn't like the breaking ball so far, Kenny. First pitch from Nova kind of buckled him also.
Yeah, Carter, 2 years in a row in the A's minor league system, drove in over 100 runs. And during his minor league career, he's hit 170 home runs in the minors.
Now 1-2.
He started out in the Chicago White Sox organization. And I mentioned 08 and 09, he was the A's minor league player of the year. But right now, he is 4 for 37. He's thinking about days gone by. Can I get back to what I was doing?
Swing, miss. They get the angle, so that's the second out. Whatever Rothschild said has kicked in with Novas. He's gotten the next 2. So runner on third, 2 outs. That's going to bring up Josh Reddick.
You saw Carter. Everything was breaking balls. A changeup mixed in, and everything else was a breaking ball. That one out of the zone. Carter, you can tell, just kind of lost at the plate right now with that breaking ball.
It was 4 for 38 now.
Top of the first inning at Fenway Park, and the Orioles have jumped out to a 1-0 lead over the Red Sox. Here's Reddick. Speaking of the Red Sox, they got Reddick from the Red Sox in the Andrew Bailey deal. And people kind of raised their eyebrows and said, really? You're giving up your closer for Josh Reddick? But you see what Reddick's done for them, leading the team with 29 home runs.
Plus, he's a good defensive outfielder. He's got 14 assists in right field, so he can play his position. He's played a little center field, too.
Rough night for Reddick yesterday. He was 0 for 5 with 4 strikeouts. Here's the trade. Ryan Sweeney, an outfielder, went along with Andrew Bailey, and the A's got Josh Reddick, Miles Head, and Raul Alcantara, a right-handed pitcher. And Reddick has paid immediate dividends. Bailey's missed most of the year for the Red Sox. High fly ball. Right field. Swisher makes the play. And after 3 straight doubles, Nova recovers. But he does give up 2 runs on those 3 hits. 1 man left. A's 2, and the Yankees coming to bat. This is an odd lineup in a game that the Yankees have to win. The captain, the shortstop, leads off. Then you have Ichiro Suzuki playing center field. No Granderson today. Alex Rodriguez DHs. He'll hit third. Robinson Cano, the second baseman, cleans up. Batting fifth, playing right field, Nick Swisher. Casey McGee's at first base, batting sixth. Jason Nix is the third baseman, batting seventh. Andrew Jones, who won for his last 15 and really has not hit at all in the second half of the season. He's playing left field, batting eighth, and batting ninth and catching Chris Stewart.
Yeah, you can see if some of the guys were put into the lineup because they had a good history against a particular pitcher, but nobody on the Yankees has really faced this guy. So this is Blackley today. 25
games, 12 starts, 5-3, 3.65, less than a hit per inning. Opponents hitting .234 against him. Let's take a look at the pitcher scouting report, Paul.
Well, bad day. He's 0-2 with over a 4-point ERA and 5 daytime starts this year. 4-1 at night, though. That's where he pitches well. Power outage. He's only given up 7 home runs all year, and only one of them been to a left-handed hitter. And stop right there. Supposedly, I haven't seen it yet, has the best move in the American League. 7 pickoffs so far this year.
So Derek Jeter with 203 hits. He digs in. He has a 15-game hitting streak. And Blackley works from the stretch. High drive, right field into the corner. Reddick makes the play. 1 pitch, 1 out.
Really where you see Derek looking like, and I was just going to say, that's really the only place in this ballpark, if it plays like the old one at all, where the wind affects the ball. It kind of circles in the corner around there because, you know, you see the opening through center field, but that ball looked like it actually was heading for the stands and kind of, you know, just veered back. The wind brings it back.
Let's look at the game time weather presented by Bigelow Tea. 77 degrees, 66% humidity. Wind is 15 miles per hour. Late showers possible.
Late mean like late night, late afternoon. What are we talking late?
Late innings?
Late innings.
I wasn't going there. No.
Late means ruining my trip to see Springsteen tonight.
Bring an umbrella.
The 0-1. Ichiro wraps one to right field deep. That ball is gone. See ya. Out in an eye blink. You can't stop Ichiro. He's now 12 for his last 16. The Yankees are on the board. It's 2-1 A's.
Well, Ichiro becomes the second left-handed hitter to take Blackley deep. The other was Travis Snyder.
Well, I tell you what, it's fun to be in September and just wake up and be hot. And in the middle of a pennant race, Ichiro hits the ball. If he hits it hard, it's out. If he gets jammed, it's a hit. Special things at the plate right now.
That wasn't a jam shot.
And the Yankees are off and running. Go yap about today's game on Sports Yapper, free on all iPhones and Androids.
You talk about his preparation for the game, and Michael, you talked about some of his stretching and things. A lot of the Yankees were hitting in the cage today because of the extra inning game last night, and I saw Ichiro hitting, and I saw a couple of the other guys hitting, and then they walked back into the clubhouse. Ichiro was running sprints on the side of the cage, which I've never seen before. I mean, he just prepares, he gets ready.
You notice another thing? He keeps his bat. He doesn't put his bat in the rack.
Oh.
He keeps it down at the end.
Hey,
of
when
the
you're hot like that, you don't want that bat going. You might take that bat home with him.
Well, one thing that's happening is sometimes you can just fall victim to platooning. Lefties don't play against lefties, and for a while there, they were sitting Ichiro against lefties, and now he's playing against everybody, and he has been punishing left-handed pitching. So that experiment is over. He's got to play every day.
Well, that's the way it used to be, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, it's hard to get 262 hits platooning.
Well, he must be hot against the righties.
Really? Smoking and not joking.
Here's a 3-0 to A-Rod. And he walked it.
We're going to take another look at the Ichiro home run. And for those of you at home, don't blink, because this got out of here in a hurry. Eyes wide open. Wham!
Look at that swing again. Ichiro, I mean, he has a little less movement against left-handed pitching, and I think he sees the ball a little bit longer. You know, we've always talked about his kind of bailing and how he moves and how can he hit, but you know, his last swing, he stayed in there and waited.
750.
That's pretty good.
My goodness.
That's good in softball league.
So A-Rod's at first. Here's Cano. Yankees down 2-1.
Now, Blackley on the mound today is a young man. Well, not so young anymore. He's 30 years old. Yeah, he's young compared to me. He certainly is. But he's originally from Australia, Cheltenham, which is a suburb of Adelaide, Australia. And he was released by the Giants and signed by the A's the next day. So he just hopped on Bart, went across the bay, put on a gold and green uniform, and he probably didn't have to change the apartment or anything.
In my mind, Kenny, looking at, you know, how easy or how hard you want it to be. I hate to put pressure on a player, but if Robbie Cano gets hot for a week, I think the Yankees cruise into the playoff. There's that move we talked about, and that's number 8. And I'm sure Andy Pettit over on. Now we got a ball.
Oh, wait a minute.
Uh-oh, now we're going to have an argument.
Yes, we will. Here comes Bob Melvin.
Larry Vanover is the second base ump who called the ball. He's saying you can't argue the ball, and Melvin's going, I'm just trying to save my pitcher here.
You can argue a balk. Yeah. I've seen it.
You can argue anything you want. You might not stay in the game, but you can argue anything.
Yeah.
Well, you're not allowed to argue balls and strikes, and I don't think you're allowed to argue a balk. And obviously, they can let you do what you want, but the rule is you can't argue a balk.
You know why it was called? Because his right foot went behind the rubber. And once you do that as a left-handed pitcher, at least from the angle I saw, if the foot comes beyond the rubber, you have to throw home. Watch the right foot. Well, it's close. Well, A-Rod was caught, hung out to dry, wasn't he?
No worries. And how often do you see the balk called by the second base umpire and not the first base umpire? Does Alex not, if he doesn't argue, does Larry Vano reads at second, right?
Yep.
Does he call that?
Let's see here. That's the second or third balk called on Blackley this year. 7 pickoffs, though.
Kenny, can I borrow your whiteout?
You know what? I know.
First get a pen, then I'll borrow your whiteout.
You know what, Michael? I know what I'm getting you for Christmas.
Whiteout.
There's Kurt Young, pitching coach. Spent 1 year with Boston Red Sox. Prior to that, he was with Oakland. Now he's back in Oakland.
Count 3-1. Thank you, Kenny.
Kind of the point I was making before we had that little balk play there is if Robbie Cano can get hot for a week, I think the Yankees cruise through this thing. If he struggles, you know, you've got Jeter who's hitting. You've got some guy, you know, Russell Martin's throwing some big hits. But, I mean, this is your big guy right now. I mean, Robbie Cano up and down this lineup is your most natural hitter. You can get him hot.
For a week to 10 days?
Yeah, it really, really will make things a lot easier on the Yankees.
Cano has struggled this year against lefties, which is odd. 49 for 228. That's a 215 batting average. So most of his average of 297 has come against righties.
I think one thing that's happened to him against lefties, and the gentleman said 1-1. Boston's tied it up at Fenway Park. The gentleman sitting just to my right here was very good at hitting left-handed pitchers because he was willing to hit the ball to the opposite field. I think Cano's been pulling the ball more this year.
He's the ball the other way. A-Rod's rounding third. He's coming home. Here's the throw. He is safe. He's in there. Yankees have tied the game.
Wow, that was a Paul O'Neill special, ladies and gentlemen.
Tell you what, you've got to take lefties that way, and kind of a surprise. Robbie Thompson with one out, sending a good throw, probably had him. Cespedes is out in left field. I tell you one thing, it's a different play.
Yeah.
Really, really good piece of hitting there. Don't try to do too much with it. Good chance the ball's just off target.
How many times did I have to describe one of those off the bat of Paul O'Neill? Paulie made it look easy.
That was a great slide by A-Rod to get in.
And you see Nick Swisher right there. You kind of steer your guy. The guy running down the line, A-Rod doesn't know where the throw is going. Good job by Nick Swisher telling him to go right.
Last year, Cano hit .314 against lefties. That's why his struggles this year really jump out at you. So he gets a single, and RBI moves to second on the throw.
Good base running, too, to get to second base on the throw to home plate.
Now let's check out the A's defense, brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealer. Smith, Cespedes, and Reddick left to right in the outfield. In the infield, you've got Donaldson, Drew, Pennington, and Moss. Third to first. Kataris is behind the plate, and Blackley is struggling on the mound. Both starters have certainly not had their best stuff early.
Looking back, I mean, how big is that balk call now? I mean, A-Rod, you're looking at nobody on and 2 outs instead of runner on second with Robbie Cano.
Wow. Bounced up there, and Kataris keeps it pretty much in front of him. And keeps Cano at second.
Once in a while, those breaking balls have a little bit too much break on them, Kenny. And that ball right there is just kind of hold on to that curveball a little bit too long.
Wow. You know what? He didn't block this ball. This ball hit him. Am I right?
Oh, exactly. I mean, when it bounces that far in front of home plate, you kind of just get as big as you can and hope it hits you somewhere.
Count 2-0. Blackley really struggling to count 3-0.
So he has a lot of break on that breaking ball. I mean, he has a great break, but not being able to throw it or control it early in the game, especially behind in the count, will help in his struggles.
There's a strike. Home plate umpires fielding Culbreth.
Cubby.
Sun trying to peek through. And the crowd calls for another ball.
Yeah, Cano leading as well. Nobody was covered at second base there. Pennington wasn't there. player. Remember being picked off? Isn't that kind of embarrassing?
Oh, it is. They're coming down.
Nick Swisher works along. Now, when you look at the bottom of this Yankee order, and you know the enormity of each game, it's really hard to reconcile McGee, Nix, Jones, and Stewart. And I guess Girardi's trying to rest Martin day game after night game. And the Yankee lineup against lefties has been a little weak in the second half of the season, and that's what they run out there. But at this point, I think you got to throw platooning out, and you just got to go with your best players.
Yeah. That means Granderson's got to be in there?
You would think so.
Yeah.
Now, he struggled yesterday, but is Granderson, I mean, when you look at this lineup, is Granderson a better hitter than Andrew Jones?
You know, one thing I think of with Granderson, yeah, at this point I would say, yeah, for sure. But I think what has happened with Granderson, he's played so many games during the course of the year that now you get down to the end, he's starting to heat up again. You want to keep him hot, maybe give him a day off? Maybe. But I can see your point about it. Certainly defensively would help out to have him in center as well.
There's a strike, count 0-2. I mean, they just keep hoping against hope and waiting for Andrew Jones to run into one, but he's become a little bit of a liability out in left field, and he hasn't been hitting enough to warrant carrying the glove.
Average under 200.
Yep. Let's see if he rewards Girardi's loyalty. Yeah. The 0-2. Still 0-2. And when you see McGee playing first base and you see Jim Miller up, you realize how much the Yankees miss Mark Teixeira. That's a big loss. Because you don't have to worry about lefty-righty when you have Mark Teixeira as a switch hitter and a great defender. Makes the lineup longer.
That's one of the true run producers. I mean, he's done it his whole career defensively. I mean, second to none in the American League. So anytime you lose him for a day or so, you get by. But when you start losing him for a week or so, it starts to show up a little bit.
Well, so far, it's been the top of the lineup that's produced.
The 0-2 in this tie.
So if you can get one or two of the guys at the bottom that aren't really everyday players to do something on this day, it'll be a big bonus.
I'll tell you what, Jason Nix can put some good at-bats together for you too. So, you know, he's a guy that can put the ball in play for you. You just hope for that.
Count 2-2.
That pitch count is jumping up there right away, isn't it? And I know Bob Melvin is a former catcher. And Bob Melvin is managing the Seattle Mariners. Blackley was on his team. Blackley was a big-time prospect for the Mariners at one time. Blackley since then been a couple of organizations, pitched in Korea, and gets another shot in the big leagues. Who's the manager again?
Pitched all over the world.
Yeah,
and keeps ending up with the same guy.
2-2.
You can tell he's just aiming that curveball. He's overthrown a couple and bounced him, and then he just tried to throw that one for a strike. And I tell you what, if you try to throw a curveball for a strike and don't just really release it, that's when you start hanging him, and that's where you start getting in trouble.
Swing and a miss. McGee down on strikes.
He stayed with the off speed, but he went to the changeup. Turned it over. Good pitch. Saw him a good changeup last night, Parker. How successful you can be by keeping that ball down and away. And look at the movement on this.
That's a good one. I think just about every A's starter, well, you can see the grip. I think every A's starter has a decent changeup, and some of them have excellent ones. You know, years from now, after all these kids in Oakland watching these guys pitch, every kid in Little League could be throwing a changeup in Oakland.
There's Jason Nix, runner at second, now 2 outs.
Blackley, I mentioned he pitched in the Korean League. He pitched for Kia. I wonder if he pitched every Wednesday. Isn't Kia
game of the week?
Yeah, Kia game of the week.
Now Blackley plays a bigger role on this team because of the injury to Brett Anderson, and then Brandon McCarthy's injury when he was hit with a comebacker in the head. So those two very important starters kind of thrust Blackley into that role. And they honor McCarthy, who's okay, but he's not going to be able to pitch this year, by hanging his uniform top in the dugout each game.
Now, I thought I read something the other day about they are thinking about pitchers wearing some sort of headgear on the mound. They're thinking about it.
Line down the left field line, foul.
No, I don't think at this point they could make it mandatory like they did with the coaches. Because maybe they could suggest it. You see catchers that, remember years ago, catchers didn't wear helmets.
Right. And the neck thing from Steve Yeager out in L.A.
I heard that they're actually thinking about it. You know, the pitchers are going to bridle. They won't want to do that.
Well, I mean, there are certain things. In sports, there are injuries. As bad as it is, it just happens.
Ground ball off the chest of Donaldson. He recovers, and Nix is safe, and Cano is at third.
And has just made this inning a little tougher for Travis Blackley. This should be an E5. I know it was hit pretty well, but he's right in front of it, and he kicks it. Off the heel, up the chest.
Off the lid. Hit his hat, too.
Yep.
You know, his only play right there is if his reaction was quick enough was to tag Cano going into third. It looked like he thought about trying to still go to first, and Cano snuck right by him.
So bases loaded for Andrew Jones. Andrew one hit in his last 15 at bats.
Seems like when you've been struggling, you come up with the bases loaded
every time.
Yeah, every time.
And when you're just doing everything right, it's like you lead off the inning. You know, you want these big at bats, but sometimes these big at bats can just get it. You get yourself away from it because you don't worry about what's going on. You just think about this one big opportunity.
Well, the pressure's on Blackley, and Jones has got himself in a favorable count here. You know, if you're a Yankee batter, you know you can see Cano at third, Swisher at second, and Nix at first. You know his curveball isn't a factor this inning. He can't get it over.
The 2-0. Count 3-0. No place to put Andrew Jones.
33 pitches here in the first inning.
A dangerous time for a pitcher, but you just have to know that, you know, I got to throw a strike. I hope that he hits it at somebody. I mean, you just can't start walking and giving free runs.
Not even close. That forces in a run, and the Yankees take a 3-2 lead.
Third walk of the inning. That's an RBI the easy way.
Tough call here for Melvin. These are big games for the A's. You know, their playoff position certainly has not been solidified. Both the Angels and the Rays breathing down their neck. The Orioles continue to win, so pulling away for the first wild card. The A's need wins, and they were just 1-2 in Detroit. They lost the first game here in New York on this road trip.
And they still go to Texas for 4. So, I mean, even though they have a lead, I mean, they're going through a point of the season where, you know, you could lose it, especially on the road.
There's a strike to Chris Stewart as the Yankees have batted around. Those are the wild card standings. The Orioles, for the first wild card, lead by 1 over the A's. And then the Angels 3.5 back, Rays 4.5 back, Tigers 5.5 back.
Blackley was actually inserted in the rotation to pitch here at Yankee Stadium. They wanted to pitch a lefty at Yankee Stadium, move Straley back. Straley's going to pitch against Texas in the first game. So the whole idea was not to pitch 3 right-handers at Yankee Stadium. Insert a lefty in there.
1-2. Well, last night the Yankee catcher was the hero. Let's see what Stewart does in this spot with a 1-2 count.
Another curve, another ball.
I mean, he just relies on that curveball so much, and you see it's a good breaking curveball. But if you can't throw it for strikes, Kenny, you pointed on it, as a hitter, you don't even worry about it.
22 balls, 16 strikes out of his 38 pitches. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, bases loaded. 3-2 Yanks, bottom of the first. Another 3-ball count, and again, no place to put for Stewart.
It's amazing, Kenny, that one strikeout where he threw that really good changeup. He hasn't really gone back to using that. He's stayed with the fastball and the curve that he cannot get over.
Soft ground ball to first. And they just got the out. It was a tough toss by Moss. And Stewart went down, and Blackley wants to see if he's okay. So that is the end of the inning. But the Yankees come back to take the lead. And it started with one swing from Ichiro. He's now 12 for his last 16. 5 homers with the Yankees, 9 overall, 3-2 Yankee lead. Which of these teams surprises you the most with their postseason contention? Your choices are, is it the A's or is it the O's? You can text your vote to 42951. Standard text messaging rates apply.
Another song. So we're going to be dancing up here by the game time.
I think they're both gigantic surprise. I don't know which one's more of a surprise.
The one thing, and we see Baltimore obviously more because of the American League, but to make that big a jump in the American League East, it's amazing. But where Oakland was the first couple months of the season, it's unbelievable where they are.
Well, if you told me you had to choose one, I'd say the Orioles, because the A's have recently, in 2006, had a winning season. The Orioles haven't had one since 1997. Yep. So that's a long haul.
But the A's, when we first saw them in May, they weren't very good.
Right.
But by the time we saw them in July again, they turned things around.
Donaldson with a ground ball to short. Jeter's there. One away here in the second.
And Oakland on their way to Texas next, and then they play the Texas Rangers the last 3 days of the season in Oakland.
And Oakland 4 games behind Texas in the West. Pitch outside to Kataris. So Nova trying to settle down after allowing 3 straight doubles to open the game. Drew Smith and Cespedes to give them a 2-0 lead before a batter was retired. 1-1.
Gutierrez came over from the Milwaukee Brewers. Shortly before, I think that Kurt Suzuki was sent to the Washington Nationals, who had been their #1 catcher. Suzuki, known as a good defensive catcher, a decent hitter. You know, he wasn't like an automatic out.
Those high energy catchers always bouncing around out there.
The Nationals had a lot of problems with injuries to their catchers, and they got a good defensive catcher in Suzuki. And you know he's happy. They're going to playoffs. Yeah.
Rounded to second. Cano gets in front of it. 2 outs.
Talking about the Nationals, did you know that Parker from last night threw such a great game? He was a Tommy John guy. And he's not on a pitch count or anything like that. Bringing up the Strasburg thing. Is there ever going to be an answer to that, Michael? Right or wrong?
Well, we'll never know because they shut him down.
Yeah.
I guess we could have found out if it was wrong if they let him pitch and he blew out his arm again. But here's Pennington. David Cohn is strongly against shutting him down. He said not only are you hurting him in terms of his future, but you're hurting him in terms of the mental aspect of the game and the respect that he has for his teammates.
Exactly right. But they basically kind of did the same thing with the other starter in their rotation the year before.
Zimmerman?
Yeah. Jordan Zimmerman, who's one of their aces this year.
Their ace, Gio Gonzalez, was here with Oakland. I mean, throw him back in this rotation.
Well, then they wouldn't have Tommy Malone.
How they redid this team, because they looked at it, they said, even with these people that we have, we're not contending. We've got to get younger again, and they have to keep training people that are making money or about to make money and get good players for them. And they traded a lot of pitchers, and they got back really good pitchers. Soft ground ball up the line, fielded by Nova, and then he tags Pennington on the way by. And a nice easy 1-2 gritting for Nova. Good bounce back as he gets 3 ground balls. All right, we're going to the bottom of the second, and Jeter will start it off again. League leaders show us that Derek has a 203 hit total. Miguel Cabrera 191, Andrew McCutchen 186, and Marco Scudero 177. And Miguel Cabrera is staring at a triple crown. So Jeter gets a nice hand. He flied out to right field in the first inning, right down the line.
Talking about Cabrera and Mike Trout named him speed. I mean, Cabrera plays in Detroit. You don't hear a lot about him. There's not a better offensive player in the game today. What he's doing is ridiculous.
He can mash.
Pitch outside to Jeter.
I think his last home run I saw him hit, it's about neck high. He got on top of somebody's fastball and just drove it into the seats at Comerica Park.
Looped into right field, coming on as Reddick. He'll make the play. One away. Well, the Orioles have jumped back ahead of the Red Sox. It's 2-1 on the bottom of the second at Fenway. This is an amazing stat, everybody, and Elias pulled this up. The Yankees and the Orioles have been separated by no more than one game in the standings since September 3rd. That streak of 19 straight days without either team leading the other by more than one game is the longest for any pair of first and second place teams during September or later since 1951. 1951, and that was when the Yankees and the Indians were that close for the first 20 days of September. So neither team is going away, and Ichiro certainly helped the Yankees of late keep pace with his hot streak. He had a home run in the first. Count 0-2. He had 12 hits in his last 16 at-bats.
Remember Ichiro talking about, they were asking about the short porch at Yankee Stadium, would he change his style?
He doesn't have to change anything about his style.
That ball right there might hit him in the front foot if he doesn't hit it. I mean, this is when you know you're hot as a hitter. Good pitches you hit, bad pitches you hit, it just does not matter. And what do you think it is, Kenny? Is it just confident? That ball might hit the dirt before it hits the catcher.
Unbelievable. 5 straight multi-hit games now. And it's his longest since he had 6 straight in 2011.
He's 13 for his last 17. You expect the keg to be along first base with those numbers. Almost picked him off, but no balk called that time.
By the way, in 1950, the Yankees did go on to win the World Series. They beat the Phillies in 4 games. They swept them. In that World Series, Whitey Ford earned the first of his record 10 career World Series wins.
A-Rod grounds one up the middle, base hit. Ichiro feeling frisky, heading to third. The throw from Kataris, or from Cespedes, he gets him. A great throw by Cespedes. He has shown a great arm in the first 2 games of this series, and he guns down Ichiro.
Michael Kane, I don't know if you noticed, but the reason you watch this, Ichiro is actually going back to first base. You see this? That cost him. His move is so good, that cost him going from first to third. Cespedes has a great arm, but that extra step cost him. No doubt about it. He's out. Never gets to the bag. But Blackley's move over there not only picks guys off, but gets them leaning back to the base where, you know, you're going to turn more double plays. You're going to have chances as an outfielder to throw out a guy at third.
Well, the A's usually don't spend that much big money on free agents, but they did in the case of Cespedes. And they've got themselves a pretty good baseball player, all-around player.
And they had to roll the dice on Cespedes. A lot of teams were interested. He was obviously a free agent when he left Cuba. But they tried to spend money on free agents the last couple of years, and nobody wants to come there. They tried on Belcher. They offered him a lot of money, turned him down. It's hard to get established players to come play in Oakland. And they did have some money to spend. So they decided to roll the dice with an unproven commodity, and he's worked out for them. So A-Rod moves to second on the throw to third.
And the only reason he's in center field is because Coco Crisp is out with eye problems. Yeah, he's got conjunctivitis. That's the official term.
Came in last night. We talked about Michael. He didn't need to see to run the bases. Came in last night, got a big stolen base.
I think, Kenny, it's much more preferable to miss pennant race baseball games with conjunctivitis than with pink eye.
Yeah. It just sounds more serious.
It just sounds like, yeah, you got to miss a game with that. Pink eye?
Oh, man.
How long does that stuff last, by the way?
I guess you got to get it taken care of. I'm sure he's been to an ophthalmologist. In fact, I'm sure he's been.
The 2-1. 3-1.
See Blackley still just struggling with that curveball. His best pitch. Just cannot find the handle on it today.
Three and two.
Now let's see if Cano goes with the approach he had his first time up when he singled to left field and right out of the Paul O'Neill handbook.
Swing and hold. That is the one you're looking for?
No. It's what I'm trying to say is you know what you're doing. You take what the pitcher gives you.
Soft ground ball to second. Bobbled by Pennington, bobbled again. So Cano reaches on the E4 as A-Rod moves to third.
Wow. These are the outs that you're not accustomed to seeing games like these, games that are big and mean a lot. Pennington just comes up, can't find the handle on it. Yankees are usually pretty good at taking those extra outs and making runs with them.
You know, I can see the error by Donaldson. That ball was hit pretty hard. This is about as soft as you can get going to second, and he couldn't make the play.
Well, Cano's lucky that he had that second bobble because he wasn't running really hard the first on the ground ball, and he would have been thrown out. So the second bobble is what allowed him to reach.
But it also, like last inning, it makes Blackley work that much harder. And the Yankees got an extra run out of it last inning.
Here's Swisher. There's a fastball strike.
This is what Michael's talking about. Yeah, picks up the pace again. Start, stop, go again.
Couple gears in that run, huh?
That one gets by Kataris, and a run will score.
Second straight inning following an error, an extra run is scored. And you can see Bob Melvin could have been worse if Ichiro hadn't been thrown out.
And just an overthrown breaking ball right in the dirt.
Talking about running hard to first. Yesterday's Met game, Met manager Terry Collins took Lucas Duda out of the game in the middle of the game because he didn't run hard to first base on a batted ball. He said, listen, the way we're playing, I can't have you do that. I just can't have you do that. That's not the way we're going to play here.
Well, I mean, they're taking flack for the way they're losing. I mean, you have to, as a manager, if you see something like that, you've got to point to it.
Set an example for the rest of the team.
Cano leads off second. And the pitch. Missed outside.
Well, Blacky's had to throw more pitches under fire.
The chances are, with close to 60 pitches in the bottom of the second, that you're going to get late in this game. Huh? Don't like his chances at this point.
The 2-2. Still 2-2.
Blackley knows the importance of these games. You just go out, and some days you struggle, and you a couple errors, and you make a good pitch, and they foul it off. You can't find your grip on your curveball.
He's down to 2 pitches, basically.
Yeah.
Fastball, changeup.
Manager staring at you over there on the rail. A lot of things going on in your head.
Fly ball right field. And that'll do it. So another unearned run as the Yankees score 1 on 2 hits, 1 error, and 1 man left. We're going to the third. Yankees over the A's 4-2. Season, subscribe to MLB.tv today. Only 11 games left. You better hurry to see every Yankees out-of-market game live, online, and on your favorite devices in HD quality. Visit Yankees.com to order. Get more details. MLB.tv. Baseball everywhere. Oh, look at that. I don't know if Jody would like that.
I know. It makes me sick. I don't know how anybody else feels, Michael, but
you got to be honest, Paul. It makes you sick. The Lincoln scoreboard, 4-2 Yankees lead.
We got enough people sick up here.
Yeah, Lucas Mucus is still out lighter. Jack Williams, our cameraman, playing hurt. Meredith is sick.
Yep.
They're all gamers, though. They're all here.
No. Lucas Mucus wasn't. He missed the game.
Yeah. Audrey's taking no chances. She's got her sweatshirt on back there. It's 100 in here.
Yeah.
Count 1-2. You guys ever miss a game because you were sick, like just had a really bad cold?
No, a lot of times you went out and it just took your mind off the game. You actually played pretty well. I remember having the flu on an off day and ended up not flying with the team and going in the next day. But you played.
I missed 9 games with an eye infection.
Really?
Yeah.
They didn't DL you though, right?
No.
That's even worse than conjunctivitis. Huh?
It might have been because the doctor told me if I hadn't gotten in there, I was,
possibly missed more than 9 games.
Yeah,
huh?
exactly. Been some side issues there.
1-2. Drew takes outside 2-2.
I missed the West Coast trip. And I got to see how the fans feel on the East Coast because I tried to stay up in these games. It's tough.
Drew Skies one to deep center, backing up Ichiro, still back, looking up, see ya. Home run for Stephen Drew. Boy, did that get out there. And the A's now trail 4-3. Ichiro thought that was a routine fly ball and then turned and started going back.
I'll tell you what, as a hitter, you hit a ball and you know it's got a chance, and you look at the center fielder and they're acting like it's a fly ball, and it kind of scares you. But the ball kept carrying.
This guy likes Yankee Stadium. A double and a run scored in the first game. I should say his first at bat. Now a home run, his 4th of the year. And 2 hits last night. Stephen Drew. You can see Ichiro run out of room in center field.
Another extra base hit given up by Nova as he deals a strike to Smith.
I was going to say, when's the last single he gave up?
Amazing. 27 home runs allowed in 165 and a third innings this season. Same amount of innings last year, 13 home runs. He has not been the same pitcher this year. Had a stint on the DL. Shoulder was barking. So despite really sloppy play over the first 2 innings, the A's are just down by 1 here in the third. As Smith swings and misses for the first out.
Yeah, the A's have 4 hits, 3 doubles and a home run off Nova.
Poor Larry Rothschild looked a lot more relaxed last night when CC was dealing, didn't he? These are the games that age you as a pitching coach.
Out on the West Coast in July, Cespedes had a very good series against the Yankees, and it prompted David Cone, to give him the nickname Yoenis the Menace.
He's really opening up this year. He's singing "Baby, Baby" earlier in the booth
right.
with us, huh?
Carly Rae.
He was.
Yeah.
And a walk to Cespedes. So he's doubled and walked. And that'll bring up Brandon Moss. And we told you Brandon Moss yesterday with a pinch hit home run to tie the game against Soriano. And after the game, Joe Girardi said, I think Soriano's just a little tired. There you see the top rookies this season and how they rank. First for Trout, second for Cespedes. But it seems that Bob Melvin has been pushing the right buttons all year. The A's are now batting .295 as pinch hitters. Best mark in the American League. 23 for 78. That is really something that makes a manager feel good, because you really could see, is he picking the right guy? And a .295 average off the bench. It's not easy to pinch hit. That's outstanding.
Yeah, Moss now has 19 home runs, ties him with Cespedes for second on the team to Reddick. But he's hit those 19 home runs in fewer than 90 games, and that's a record for the Oakland Ball Club. Called up from AAA on June the 6th.
Count 2-0. Hammered foul.
Has Nova thrown over first base yet with Cespedes? No, I don't think he has. He better not fall asleep on him. It's 16 steals. 19 attempts. Very good percentage.
Swing and a miss.
We talked about Oakland last night. I mean, they're not a team that's afraid to swing, and they're leading the all-time franchise record in strikeouts. So they go up there, hacking. They're not trying to work counts as much as they used to. Remember the old day, the money ball, and it's changed a little bit. Now it's home runs and strikeouts.
That one is a broken bat looper into right field. It's a base hit. Swisher was playing so deep for Moss, he could not get that little blooper. So a single for Moss, first and second, one out.
Nova made a good pitch. You can see the fastball tailing back towards it might have been a ball, but Moss, broken bat. That's why the ball didn't carry out to Swisher. And Cespedes will move up 90 feet to second base. Nova knows he made a good pitch, but there's the result. Broken bat single.
Always worried when guys, especially pitchers, go on the DL and then they come out. They throw well their first game, but how do they bounce back? How's their endurance? How is it? And so far, Nova, he's had an inning or two where he's struggled, and then he's had an inning where he's been okay. So this is a game that he's going to have to work through and try to find some kind of rhythm and some kind of pitch that he can rely on. And right now, he doesn't have one pitch he can rely on.
And action in the Yankee bullpen. The 1-0. 95-mile-an-hour fastball right by him. And everyday Clay is up.
I was watching him go through the dugout today just to go out and get some early throwing, and I'm just thinking to myself, what do you need early throwing for? You're going to be up and throwing during the game anyway. It's not like you had a lot of rest. Carter got his one fastball. He's wanted to see in this count.
Count 3-1.
It's out of the zone, and you see Nova, he's just erratic. He's not consistent. I mean, he's missing with his curveball. He's missing with his fastball. Just not consistent. And a lot of times when you take breaks and on the DL, you have to fight with that. Your first couple starts out.
Hey! 3-2. And the payoff. Missed outside, and that's going to load the bases. Now with Reddick due up, are they going to let Nova pitch to Reddick? Joe stirring. Rothschild on the phone. Joe looks poised to go up those steps.
This could be a day of the bullpens on both sides.
Now you might say, well, this is a quick hook, but you can't say that. Every single game is so important. You can't sit here and let Ivan Nova work things out and then fall behind again. So Girardi is going to go to Clay Rapata to face Reddick with the bases loaded. Nova really struggled today. brought to you in part by Kettle One. Gentlemen, this is vodka. Please drink responsibly. By the professionals at your Tri-State GMC dealer and by the Home Depot. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Early hook for Joe Girardi as he makes the call to the bullpen, brought to you by AT&T. So Nova out, leaves the bases loaded with one out here in the top of the third, and Clay Rapata on to face Reddick. 67th game for Rapata. But 67 games, just 35 and 2/3 innings. So a specialty lefty. Reddick certainly struggled yesterday against Sabathia, but we'll see how he does against Rapata. You've got Cespedes at third, Moss at second, and Carter at first. A's down by 1. 0-1. Missed outside. Two.
For those swings, you know, as a hitter, you're not right. You just cue a ball off the end of it, and Rapata's delivery has a lot to do with it. But Reddick had all kinds of problems last night with CC Sabathia. And Joe's got a plan that there's going to be a lot of guys filing in from that bullpen today.
Right back to Rapata. Fires home for 1. Back to first. It's a double play. The threat is over. 1-2-3. And Ivan Nova has to think about how he pitched, and Bob Melvin has to think about a lost opportunity. Reddick back to Rapata. 1, 2, 3. Inning over.
For a new GMC Presents Center Stage with Michael Kay. The commissioner speaks candidly about the state of the sport, including the new wild card rules, the recent Dodgers sailing his future at the helm of baseball. It's a new Center Stage Thursday night at 11, only on Yes. You got a lot of new Center Stages.
New Center Stages. Huh? Bud was good. They tune in for that. Jim Miller takes over for Blackley, so both starting pitchers are done. Travis Blackley was not helped at all by his defense, but didn't have great stuff, didn't have great command, so they bring in Jim Miller for his 30th game this year. Good numbers for Miller, although too many walks. So let's see the Yankees spin their lineup now as Bob Melvin goes to the right-hander, and this is the weaker part of the Yankee lineup that they decided to start the game with McGee, Nix, and Andrew Jones. But they do have 3 lefties in the bullpen, so Joe might be somewhat reluctant to spin it this early. Lincoln scoreboard 4-3, Yankees lead. Pitch outside to McGee. Now, if you look at the bottom 4 of the Yankee lineup, McGee, Nix, Jones, and Stewart, they have combined this month to go 10 for 72. That's a 138 average in the month of September. As McGee hits a high fly ball to center field. Cespedes is there to make the play. Granderson grabbing a bat.
Probably headed for the cages just down those stairs there to get loose a little bit.
One of the real luxuries of the new ballpark is how close the cage is to the dugout. When you need to get loose, you're right there. In the old one, you had to run all the way down the tunnel.
Yeah.
You start panicking, thinking you're down there, and you don't even know what's going on in the game. They might be calling you at a pinch hit, and you're down there trying to get loose.
Had to call a cab to get back in time.
When Nix gets on, they could pinch hit for Jones. Nix reached on an E5 in the first inning. Foul back, 1-1, and then Jones walked with the bases loaded to actually drive in a run.
Just got a tweet from a fan, Andy Craig, 1982. At Andy Craig, 1982. He lives in the UK. He says the West Coast game started 3 a.m. But he watches it. We appreciate fans anywhere watching the games on this. All over the world.
And you can do it with MLB.tv. It's amazing. Wherever you are, you can watch whatever game you want. Grounded to third. Donaldson for the second out.
So, Michael, you could go somewhere in England, walk down the street, and people would be, hey, Michael Kay.
Absolutely. You wouldn't believe it. Michael was playing jokes a couple summers ago. We went to Italy, right?
Yeah.
And Michael had been playing games with it on TV and stuff. We get there, down, up, sideways, however way we got there. We went over the ocean, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And people came up to me in Italy, said, Michael Kay said you'd be here. Unbelievable how many fans you got.
Curtis Granderson will pinch hit for Andrew Jones. So a very short start for Andrew Jones. And in the second half of the season, 14 for 102, 137. So Andrew did walk with the bases loaded to drive in a run, but they go to Curtis Granderson, who did not start this game.
Well, also strengthens defense by putting Granderson in the game.
You get pulled out in the third inning. You didn't even get through your first cup of coffee. Didn't even kick in.
See how the A's set up defensively with Granderson into play, particularly in the infield. Man, they are really jacked over to the right side.
Do you ever remember this many shifts in baseball when you played?
They kind of hit the ball all over suddenly.
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't shift.
But if you look at some of the old school managers, Jim Lehman doesn't shift like that.
I heard about the shift. You know, Ted Williams used to shift on him, but I mean, I don't remember another player that you remember these big shifts in the defense.
It was that Ted Williams shift was instituted by the manager of the Cleveland Indians, Lou Boudreau. Called it the Boudreau shift. Didn't stop Ted very often. No.
Ted would not go the other way, though. He'd be hit through the shift.
Pretty good at it, too, wasn't he?
Pretty good.
In fact, Boudreau was a playing manager. He was a shortstop.
And Granderson with a pinch hit walk here in the third. We're going to see the full complement of players today. Both managers have expanded rosters because of September. And they're going to mix and match out of the bullpen, use their bench. Here's Chris Stewart. A lot of people available.
And it's like a spring training roster, but in meaningful games.
And a bigger crowd. Melvin still has 9 pitchers he can use.
Boudreau was a pretty good player. He's in the Hall of Fame.
Popped up. Moss makes the play, and that will do it. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 man left on base. We played 3 at the stadium. Yankees lead the A's 4-3. You're watching Yankees baseball on Yes. November 7th, 1997, Yankees sent Kenny Rogers to the A's for a player to be named later. Who was that player? Some changes for the Yankees. Ichiro moves from center to left. And Granderson takes over in center after pinch hitting for Andrew Jones. Yankees lead 4-3. Clay Rapata on in relief of Ivan Nova, and he will face Josh Donaldson. And a strike.
Rapata's usually, as Michael says, everyday Clay, but he's usually one-a-day Clay. Faces one man, but there are 2 to 3 hitters scheduled this inning on left-handed hitters following Donaldson. Oh!
And he hits Donaldson, so Donaldson will take first.
In fact, the next 4 hitters following Donaldson. We go back to the top of the order. Ooh, right in the shin. You know that doesn't feel good.
Ooh. Some places just hurt others. There's no padding on those shin, ankles. There's just nothing there but bone.
Ribs takes a strike.
Ribs didn't feel good.
No.
You get hit in the back pocket or up in your shoulder. That's not too bad.
Paul, what do you think went wrong with Nova?
He just looked out of sorts. He just, he was up with his fastball early. Then, he never got really a rhythm or control of any one pitch that he could rely on. It just looks like a start after a start from the DL where he's not back in rhythm yet.
Baltimore and the Red Sox now tied at 3, top of the 5th inning at Fenway in a seesaw game up in Boston. Count 2-1. Wind kind of kicking up, blowing out toward right field. Hoops that one in the left field, a base hit for Kataris. So now let's see if Bob Melvin plays some small ball. Cliff Pennington looks down at third base coach Mike Gallego, who gave him the signs. Do they bunt here?
Yeah, Pennington's a switch hitter. I said he was a lefty, so he's going to switch hit here. He hasn't seen him hit too many times right hand. But he should be bunting. The Yankees are playing for it.
Not bunting, and he lines one into right center field. It is a base hit. Donaldson scores. Kataris goes to third, and Pennington on first with a game-tying RBI single. It's a 4-4 game.
Yeah, sometimes a manager will give you one pitch, Paul. If you do something with it, he'll let you swing. But if you foul it off or it's a called strike, then you're bunting.
Right.
And Pennington got his pitch. And sometimes the pitchers fall into it. Oh, he's going to bunt. I'll lay it in there. No, he's not. Not this time.
Rapata, he doesn't match up obviously as well against righties. Pennington gets a pitch and just drives it to right center field. This is one of those games, Kenny, and good for the Yankees. It's like whoever gets last up wins. They just keep going back and forth. So we'll see what happens.
Here's Stephen Drew, first and third, nobody out. And there's a strike. The Yankees have been unable to really contain Drew. 4 for 5 in this series so far, double and a home run. When you look at his overall numbers, you wouldn't think he'd have that kind of success, but he has. Last time up, he hit a home run over the center field wall. And now he falls behind the count 0-2. Missed outside.
It's funny when you have these matchup lefties, Kenny. As a manager, you keep hoping they can get through this guy to get to that guy. You got to a lefty, now you've got another one. So you have to give up some of your hits to righties just for the matchups down the road.
And here's where Bob Melvin has some decisions to make as we see call strike 3 on Stephen Drew. Do I pinch hit for one of these guys with a right-handed batter? And he has chosen, well, not with Drew, because Drew played against Sabathia last night, but Smith didn't. And Smith is up there now. It was Cowgill who was in the game last night.
And as a manager, you have to look down the road at when the game comes on the line, 7th, 8th, 9th inning. who are their best pitchers. And if you look at the Yankees, you go from Soriano to Robertson and Job and some of the righties, you want lefties in there late in the game.
Guys, what's behind throwing the bat? I mean, do you hold the bat that loosely that it can fly out like that?
You know what? You're usually fooled on a pitch, but I saw Josh Hamilton just numerous times this year. I never understood it. I don't ever remember throwing a bat in the stands. You can?
I don't remember doing it very often, but what happens is you're trying to hold up on an off-speed pitch and, reach for it, and one hand's off and the other one lets go. You just can't control the bat. He's an off-speed pitch. He's well out in front. The ball hits on top of the dugout and into the seats. But you're right about Hamilton. It's like once, twice, sometimes 3 times a game.
Yeah.
He's probably holding the bat right down on the very end.
One thing, he's better off when he does some good things when he holds on to it. Huh?
There's not many guys in this league who hit the ball as hard as he does.
Derek Lowe continuing to throw. And Rapata gets Smith on strikes. So 2 big strikeouts with runners on first and third, nobody out. And now with Cespedes coming up, Joe Girardi is going to go to the bullpen, and he'll bring in Lowe. Lowe against Cespedes. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. Game tied at 4, and we are in the 4th. Stay right here. You're watching Yes. Yankees take on the A's. The first 18,000 guests 14 and younger are going to receive a Yankees fan ring courtesy of Manfredi Jewels. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com. Visit the stadium ticket window, Yankees clubhouse shops, or call Ticketmaster at 877-469-9849. Here's Derek Lowe. 33 games, 21 starts between the Indians and the Yankees this year. And a big spot for him coming in against Yoenis Cespedes. Cespedes has doubled and walked. Also picked up an RBI. What a job by Cespedes this year. 2 outs and runners in scoring position. A .370 average, 17 for 46. And overall a .357 average with runners in scoring position.
That's what you want as an organization, a guy who really bears down and kind of relishes those opportunities where you have an opportunity to drive in runs. Those are your big at-bats. Those are the at-bats to win games.
Gutierrez is at third and Pennington at first. Big cut, 2-2. That's Lowe's moneymaker, that sinker.
That would have good downward action on it. Right over the top. This guy doesn't get cheated when he swings.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on, first and third. It's a 4-4 game, top of the fourth. Both starters are out. The Yankees on their second relief pitcher already. Hit sharply and a diving stop by Jeter. He flips the second and they just get Pennington for the final out of the fourth. Good play by the captain, keeping it from going to the outfield, and then the backhanded flip to Cano to end the inning. We go to the bottom of the fourth. The fourth, we'll take a look at it with the Coors Light freeze can. Freeze it. Good call. He's out.
Oh, you got to scream that. Freeze it. A little emotion up there.
Larry Vanover with the call, the second base umpire.
And Derek Jeter will lead off. Jeter, Ichiro, and A-Rod. Again, Jim Miller. Derek with two fly balls to right. He's 0 for 2. And he grounds one to short. Steven Drew, 1 out. All right, let's take a look at the answer to the New York State Smokers Quit Line quiz. On November 7, 1997, the Yankees sent Kenny Rogers to the A's for a player to be named later. Who was that player? Do you know who this is, Paul?
No.
I think you do. He's one of your favorite teammates.
I'm just telling you. Show me an answer so I can get in on this thing. Oh, I'm sure I know Scotty Brosius. He's probably listening to us in McMinnville, Oregon today.
That's right. Pitch to Ichiro's outside.
That was a heck of a player to be named later. World Series MVP.
Cuddy Bro.
Yeah.
Breaking ball strike, 1-1. So Ichiro with a home run and a single today. So 13 for his last 17. 1-2. Pretty gaudy numbers. 765. 5 extra base hits, 5 ribbies, stolen bases in there as well. Stole 4 bases in one game.
It's funny when you see those numbers at the beginning of the year. You know, somebody does this the first week of the season, and the press starts coming up to you and say, you're on pace to do this, you're on pace to do this, you're on pace to hit 400 hits, on pace to hit 180 home runs. How do you feel about that?
You know, you got a good shot at hitting 400.
Yeah.
What?
That was a great way to get thrown out of Paul O'Neill's locker space. Just bring up one of those on pace for questions.
I'm sure you did it, Michael.
Remember that year I got off to an unbelievable start. I was hitting over 400, and it was like May. And I had a perfect answer. It was like the middle of May. I said, you know what? If I'm hitting 400 in June, then we'll talk, okay? Just jokingly. And I'll be darned. We were in Anaheim June 1st. I get to the ballpark. Everybody's waiting around the locker, and I'm like, well, I'd still been over 400 at that point. You don't forget, do you, Mike?
Nope. So Ichiro on again. He'll work a walk, and now he's a threat to seal with A-Rod coming up.
Remember Dave Parkway? Dave Parkway, very good player.
With it.
Parkway, what do you used to say about himself? When the leaves turn brown, Dave Parkway wearing the batting crown.
He still is one of the funniest guys I've ever played with.
That Cobra, yeah.
He has some talent too.
Yeah, he did. Big man, big and strong. Ooh, good swing. Jim Cott saying 1 to get loose and 2 to produce. Well, A-Rod should be loose after that swing.
Line drive. 1. Not in time. Ichiro gets back.
Good base running by Ichiro. Good hitting by A-Rod. Just bad luck. Ball hit right on the nose, but you have such a tendency as a runner to take off, and Ichiro got a good read on it.
Quick reaction. See how quickly stopped on a dive and got back to first.
It kind of hurts when I see somebody stop like that too, so quick.
Here's Cano. RBI single to left in the first inning, then reached on an E4 in the second. Right in on the hands and fouled away.
Robbie just looks like he's caught in between now, and you know he's so quick inside. He can get to that ball when he feels good, but he's kind of jumping out behind on the fastball inside and kind of opening up on that breaking ball away. Kevin Long, I'm sure, is working with him, and he can change overnight. I mean, it can be a couple good at bats where he shoots the ball to left field or up the middle, and then all of a sudden he'll start hitting everything.
High fly ball, right field. Reddick will make the play, and that will do it. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 man left on base. We're going to go to the 5th inning here at the stadium. We're all knotted at 4. Of the Yankees and the Rays 6.5 back, so it's a tight race for the top of the AL East as Brandon Moss grounds one foul against Derek Lowe. We'll hear from Bob and Jack and Meredith a little bit later on the Cadillac scoreboard here at the stadium. It's 4-4. Moss grounded to second, then Stengel to right, so he's 1 for 2. 1-1. Last 19 games from Moss, he's been hot. 23 hits and 65 at bats. That's 353. Take that with 16 ribbies. I think 268 overall. 2-2. Line to left field in front of Ichiro for a base hit. Monday, October 15th, a new chapter in NBA history begins when the Brooklyn Nets play their first game on Yes. It's a first chance to see the new-look Nets as they take on the Wizards in the inaugural season at the Barclays Center. It's Brooklyn Nets basketball. Get a first look Monday, October 15th, only on Yes.
They got to be good, Michael?
They are going to be much better than they were last year.
Be exciting. I mean, there's a lot of talk earlier, when
Carter with a fly ball to center. Granderson called off by Swisher, who makes the play.
Watch Carter run across the infield. He's a big dude. You can tell if he gets into one.
It looks like he should be only playing on Sundays.
Yeah.
Different sport.
Been so far so good for the Yankees against Reddick. He's had a really, really tough series. Just hope that continues for another day and a half. Really got to be careful for guys that have had some tough at bats, because they're due for something good to happen, and you just really have to make good pitches and be careful not to leave something out to get them out of this little funk.
They hit to that bases loaded double play to get the Yankees out of a jam in the third. 4 punch outs last night. Flight out with the bases loaded.
Those are the days you don't miss sitting up here.
Those are the days when your hitting coach, we just saw Chili Davis, becomes a psychologist.
Right.
He's got to really talk you off the ledge here, just to really make you feel, just remember what you used to do. It'll come back. Don't worry.
Believe me, you do worry.
Yeah, you do. Am I ever going to get another hit?
Orioles retake the lead. 5-3 now over Boston, top of the 6th. We're all over that one. Anything that happens in the game, we'll have the highlights. Missed inside. Popped up. Reddick slams the bat down. Jeter shading his eyes from the sun and puts it away. Reddick now 0 for 8 in this series.
Ball in off the plate a little bit, and a lot of times when you're struggling, it comes down to pitch selection. And that ball, just not much you can do with it. Ball in off the plate, can't get to it. It's that time of the year where the sun gets a little worse in the fall, and the shadows start coming. You see the sun's out, and the flags are starting to come over the field. You know it's getting late in the year, and the sun is tougher in left field and center field. This time, these shadows right here will be out in the middle of the field before the game's over.
Today's first day of fall, isn't it?
Is that right?
Yeah.
You could not wait for them to trade Danny Tartagle so you can move out of left field.
Oh, left field's tough, in the old stadium especially. I mean, it was so big to left center field. I didn't want him to trade it. I just wanted I loved it when he went to the DH spot. He was happy and I was happy. Danny Tartagle, great team.
What did Yogi say about left? It gets late early out there.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't remember that Paul did start out in left field because the Yankees had Tartagle as the right fielder when they made the trade.
Ichiro just
trying to check out the angles, how he can get around that sun if he gets a fly ball.
It's up 93 million miles away. It costs him a problem.
Right. It doesn't seem that big up in the sky until a fly ball gets in it, huh? Did you just throw that number out there, or is that actual?
Yeah, I've looked it up.
Yeah?
I remember that from science class. I don't know if that's exact mileage, but it's good distance.
Swing and a miss. Nice inning for Derek Lowe. No runs a hit, no errors, and one man left. The end of 4.5. We are halfway through. A's 4, Yankees 4. Nick Swisher will lead off the bottom of the 5th. Ball. Again, the question, which of these teams surprises you the most with their postseason contention? You've been voting at 42951, and here are the results. 69% overwhelmingly people think it's the Orioles that are the biggest surprise. I think I would agree.
Yeah, me too.
Although the A's, boy, you got to give them a lot of love. They're the second lowest payroll in baseball after the San Diego Padres, and here they are right in the middle of a postseason race. Cadillac scoreboard 4-4. And you know what? People forget about the Padres, Kenny. They have really had a very good last month and a half. There's Nick Swisher. And there's a strike.
The Dodgers new ownership, the Padres new ownership.
And the Padres new ownership is kind of the Dodgers old ownership. The O'Malley family.
You know, as big as a surprise Oakland and the Orioles have been, on the good side of winning and losing, you've got to point out that Anaheim and Detroit, probably the biggest surprise on the other end.
Ground ball, nice play there by Pennington, and he gets Swisher for the first out.
I guess you throw Boston in that mix too.
Oh my, yes. No one thought they'd be where they are right now. Well, Raul Ibanez will pinch hit for Casey McGee. So he'll take over in the outfield. And Nick Swisher will move to first base. McGee was 0 for his last 16. But boy, has Ibanez been struggling. He's 0 for his last 18 and 2 for his last 45.
You know, early in the year, mid-year, I mean, he was doing some really good things, and I think it just got to a point.
That one is given deep to right field. Going back, Reddick on the track, leaps. See ya! That's the way to break the schneid. A home run, and the Yankees lead 5-4.
Well, twice, Joe Girardi's gone to the bench to bring in the left-hand hitter. He got a walk from Granderson in his first at bat, and now, bam, middle of the plate and gone. Yankees have the lead. Raul Ibanez with a pinch hit home run.
16 on the year.
And his first pinch hit homer this season.
So Girardi pushes the right button. And Ibanez breaks out of his slide.
That's what happens. You go to the right-hander, and Girardi's got an answer for it on his bench. He's got Granderson, he's got Ibanez, he's got Eric Chavez, Chris Dickerson.
Well, the way this team is constructed now, they're a much better team against right-handed pitching. And they've got decent numbers, which were compiled mostly earlier in the season against lefty starters, but they're a better lefty hitting team, especially in this ballpark. More weapons. The 3-0. 3-1.
And if you look out at the A's bullpen, who do they have warming up? They got a lefty, Pedro Figueroa.
The A's have allowed the fewest home runs in baseball, 93, but now they've allowed 95 with the home run by Suzuki in the first and that one by Ibanez here in the fifth. Ibanez home run, the fourth pinch hit home run for the Yanks this year.
That's a lot. You expect pinch hitters to come up and give you a bat. 4 home runs, that's a lot.
Granderson has one. Eric Chavez has one. Andrew Jones has one. And now Ibanez has one.
Popped up. Moss runs out of room. You know, Paul, earlier how you said, that time you were hitting 400 in May and you didn't like talking to the media. Well, Jack Curry back in the studio dug up some of your quotes. This is from May of 94.
They keep those things too?
Yeah, May of 94, O'Neill. No matter how nice you guys are or how many stories you write, none of that stuff helps me when I get to the plate. The more of these things I do, the more a distraction it becomes. A lot of people think I'm not happy. I'm happy. I just don't see any reason to dwell on what I'm hitting in May.
That was a good quote, wasn't it?
That was a good quote. And you can get all those quotes on the best hits that Paul O'Neill released by Yes. And you ended up hitting .359 that year and won the batting title. So Jason Nix with a hit.
So what did you say after this year was over?
But you know what? After I started talking, I went in an 0 for 23 slide because I started thinking about it. And the next thing you know, I was out of that groove.
All right, and you had guys like Jack Hurry to thank.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Now I'm working with him.
I wish, Kenny, that we could somehow go back to the MSG archives, because that's when they did the games.
Yeah.
And just get the Paul O'Neill post-game interviews. They were great. You look at that guy and say, he's never going to be a TV announcer.
Shout out, I'm classified now, or am I just sitting up here? No?
You are a classified TV announcer. There's a strike.
As Granderson was out of the lineup, he's actually going to play most of the game today. He got in there early in the third inning. He's going to play at least 2/3 of it.
Now, it's kind of odd that Bob Melvin went that route, because the Yankee right-handed lineup is not as good as their left-handed bats. Why wouldn't you just bring? They've got 3 lefties in the bullpen.
Blevins is one of them.
Instead, he went with the righty and allowed the Yankees to bring in their better hitters. I guess he felt that he could match up with them later on, but then you might not have the lead later on.
Well, it doesn't have it now.
And Granderson strikes out 3.
I think he chased a high fastball. I think one thing I've seen from Granderson, a lot of his strikeouts lately, everything's down, and when they want to finally get him, they come upstairs and pass him upstairs.
Because he is a home run hitter, and because he does have a slight uppercut, you know, that ball upstairs in the zone is very hard for a guy to stay on top of, who has a, you know, kind of a natural home run uppercut swing.
Stewart fouls it away. High drive, left field. Smith battling the sun, and he will make the play for the final out of the 5th. But the Yankees take the lead because of that guy. Raul Ibanez came off the bench to pitch it for Casey McGee and promptly hit one in the right field seats. His 16th home run of the year, and a 5-4 Yankee lead as we go to the 6th.
showdown. And Tuesday night, get a breakdown of NFL's Week 3 with a new This Week in Football presented by Geico that's only on Yes.
Raul Ibanez takes over in right field. He had pinch hit for the first baseman Casey McGee, and the previous right fielder Nick Swisher now moves over to first. Derek Lowe still in there, and he deals to Contreras for a strike. Yankees lead 5-4 as we head to the 6th. Yankees won 6 in a row, and the A's have lost 4 of their last 5. But already, with about 12 games to go, including this one, the A's have won 11 more games than they did last year. And since the start of July, they're 48-23, which is the best record in Major League Baseball. Contreras swings and misses. They had a 9-game losing streak on June 2nd. And since that 9-game losing streak, something clicked. 63-35. Amazing. And since the All-Star break, 42-22, which is the best record in the American League. Here's Pennington, RBI single his last time out when the Yankees thought he might be bunting.
They weren't the only ones. I thought he was going to be bunting too.
Line drive, foul.
I don't see a total turnaround in a team like the Oakland A's. It's just very unusual. I mean, if a really good team gets off to a bad start, they believe in themselves. But, the Oakland A's had no, they're not high expectations coming into the year. So when you get off to a bad start, it's kind of what everybody expected. It's very hard to get out of that mold. And, you've got to credit these players in Melbourne for believing that they could turn this thing around even when nobody else did. Yankees, and you come into spring training, you're expected to win the World Series every year. You get off to a bad start, everybody panics, but everybody is in the back of their mind saying it will turn around. And in late September, the Yankees will be playing important games.
Ground ball to Cano. 2 outs.
They're watching Derek Lowe today. That sinker's got some extra little push on it, and he's getting the ground balls.
Girardi's got to be happy. I mean, Rapata got through a couple big left-handed outs, and then he got a couple innings from Lowe. And, that's when you get into the bullpen early in the game like you did today, when you can get a couple innings from a guy, start spacing things out a little bit better.
Tap back to the mound. And Derek Lowe gets Drew. He has retired 6 in a row. They pitched 2 and a third innings for the Yankees. Kind of restored order to a game the Yankees lead 5-4. Jeter leads off. Bronx. Coverage starts at 12:30 with the Tri-State Ford pregame. Then Paul, Kenny, and I are back in the booth for all the action from the stadium. And it's only on Yes. We would like to take this time before we go to the bottom of the 6th inning to offer our condolences to Brian Cashman and his family. Brian's dad passed away today after a long battle with cancer. I know Brian was very close to his dad, who was in the harness racing industry. A really nice man. I met him several times, and our heart goes out to Brian and his family. And our prayers go out to them as well. Derek Jeter takes outside. Jim Miller in for his 4th inning of work. Line drive, base hit, a 16-game hitting streak for Derek Jeter.
Jeter keeps on doing what he's been doing all year, but you can tell, watch him go out of the box. That foot is still bothering him a little bit. Just isn't running as well as he usually does, but boy, he's swinging the bat. You need him in the lineup.
Solid line drive, center field.
So Jim Miller is out. They will go to the bullpen with Ichiro due up. They'll bring on the left-hander, trying to keep it at 5-4. We'll be right back. So Jeter on an amazing run with a base hit, a 16-game hitting streak. That knocks out Jim Miller, and Jerry Blevins comes on to pitch the Ichiro Suzuki.
So the 207 batting average again, so Blevins. He's done well here in September. 4 2/3, just 2 hits and 1 run. Struggled in August, but coming on in September, but he's got one of the hottest hitters in the league coming to the plate.
Home run, single, and a walk for Ichiro today. And he bunts down to third baseline. It's a beauty. And they just got him. Good play by Kataris.
Really was. Good bunt right there. Kind of deadened the ball. Another foot or so out. He's safe.
Well, he gets the desired effect. He gets Jeter down to second. Got him by an eyelash at first base. That ball was hugging the line.
See what speed does, though. It puts so much pressure on the defense. I mean, he bare hands that ball. If anything goes wrong and he barehanded it, you just don't pick it up cleanly, he's safe.
Here's A-Rod. want to talk it over.
Be interesting to see how they go after Alex Rodriguez here. Lefty in there against A-Rod at the plate. You got Cano on deck. It's no day at the beach for any pitcher. But there's a base open here. And when you're up in situations like this, you can almost tell if they're trying to pitch around you or not.
Really concentrate in these situations on the first pitch. And I agree with you, Kenny. I mean, if it was something just, you know, way off the plate, or you can almost say, hey, you know, we're walking this guy, and that's what we see right here.
Yeah, they're going to make it official now. They're going to walk him intentionally. And if you're Cano, you don't want this to be happening too often. You want to do something about it.
So now Kurt Young will talk things over with Blevins before he faces Cano.
Well, A-Rod's been on base 3 times today.
Interesting stat. The Yankees lead 5-4 because of the pinch hit home run by Ibanez. And Jeff Bradley tweeted this stat out, which I hadn't realized. Ibanez has 16 home runs. 7 of them have broken a tie game open. So 7 home runs gave the Yankees a lead.
Meaningful home runs, big home runs.
So here's Cano, 1 for 3. Chasing Jeter back to second, but no one was there. Count 1-0.
Big pitch right here. You know, as a hitter, you know if you get in that 2-0, 3-1 count, boy, you can really let it go.
There you go. Here's your 2-0.
Situation where you can look for one pitch. You either look to really pull one, or chances are from a lefty you look away and really try to drive one. Don't just shoot it to left field, but to drive one out in the gap. And if you guess wrong, you take it. You know, the worst that can happen, you're still up in the count.
There's a strike.
That's that ball away. And most lefties don't want to challenge you inside when they're in a fastball count.
Unless they really got some fire.
Yanks 1 for 6 today with runners in scoring position. Cano hitting .233 on the season in these spots. And that's why he has 78 RBIs this year. Last year, much better in these situations, he had 119 runs. So for a guy who's usually hitting 3rd or 4th in the Yankee order, to have 79 runs batted in, not that great. He did pick up a ribby in the first. That gave him 79. Count 3-1.
So he's had the 2 optimal counts for him. 2-0 and 3-1.
2-0 count. He went with a fastball away. If I'm hitting, I'm looking for that same pitch, and I'm trying to hammer this ball into left center field. And if he comes in, I got to take it, because you do nothing but jam yourself.
Now 3-2.
With an off-speed pitch, and it might have ended up out of the strike zone.
Like Robbie's looking in there. You can see that front shoulder flies open real quick. He tells me he's looking to pull something.
Right, here's where you make your adjustment. You go with it.
Right in on the hands.
Blevins has just about tried every location in this at bat. Down and away, that was in. Sweeping breaking ball away. Now they're trying to figure out what we want to do. As a hitter, it's very difficult to guard the whole plate. It's almost as if when you get to this situation, you think right down the middle, because that way you're aware of the whole plate.
Robbie got beat a couple times early in the game inside, and that's one thing that as a hitter you don't forget. If they're throwing me in and I'm not getting to it, you start kind of bailing a little bit against lefties trying to get to that inside pitch.
This could be two. There's one. And the intentional walk of Cano, or of A-Rod to get to Cano, certainly pays off. So daring strategy by Bob Melvin. But he makes it work by getting Cano to bang into a 4-6-3 double play. We're going to the seventh. Tight game, 5-4 Yanks. Where the Yankees saw Alex Rodriguez walked ahead of Cano, but here's the pitch by pitch brought to you by Mazda, Kenny.
Yeah, Blevins started out with a breaking ball, 2-0 pitch fastball, almost hit Cano there, 3-1. Swing and a miss, stayed with the breaking ball, and then finally tried to jam him. This is the final pitch, and he gets the ground ball to get out of the inning. Cano saw a lot, didn't do much with it.
Smith takes low from low. Cadillac scoreboard 5-4. Low has restored order. 2 1/3 scoreless innings. 2-0. Trying to tie up the game with that swing. 2-1. Now Boone Logan up. Count 3-1. Ground ball to first. Swisher flips to Lowe for the first out.
Can't say enough about Derek Lowe today. And Kenny, again, that sinker, you talked about it earlier, it's just got, you know, an inch or two more of that sink. You see a lot of ground balls, a lot of good quality pitches from him.
Yeah, he was behind on the count there, and that's when the hitter's thinking, well, I can lift and separate. And all of a sudden, you think you have that fastball lined up, and boom, you hit right on top of it. It's a ground ball out.
Here's Yoenis Cespedes. Doubled in a run in the first inning, walked in the third, and wrapped into a 6-4 fielder's choice in the fourth.
Got a good friend from Cincinnati here today. Michael went to the Springsteen show last night. You got good things to look forward to. Said it was awesome.
Really?
Yeah.
Can't wait.
So the show last night and the game today.
Pretty good weekend. Michael remembers this story. The last time we were in Yankee Stadium, Michael, you were working, I was playing, and Springsteen was in New Jersey that night. That was the day David Cohn threw his perfect game.
That's right.
And I also had a friend in town then. What a day. Come see a perfect game and then go to a Springsteen concert.
Count 1-2.
You're like obsessed. He's like your favorite. Is Jody that much into Springsteen?
Not as much as me, but I like Billy Joel too.
Yeah.
2-2. I just wanted both on the center stage. I haven't been able to pull that off.
Really?
Yeah.
Not returning your calls?
Bruce doesn't like to quote unquote do long form interviews. I've seen him do them. I guess he doesn't want to do them with me. And Billy's, I think we might get him one day. Two balls, two strikes, and the pitch. Grounded foul. Former Yankee Mike Gallego.
Talked to Gallego before the game a little bit. Hasn't changed a bit.
One's a wrestler, one's a boxer. He looks the same. Count 3-2. And Cespedes walks. Boy, they're being very careful with him, and it's smart because he can play. He can hit.
Not only can he hit a long way.
Well, Joe Girardi is going to go to the bullpen. He'll bring in Boone Logan with the left-hander Moss due up. Let's see if Bob Melvin counters. So the Yankees trying to hold on to this 5-4 lead. Saturday game. They won yesterday 2-1 in extra innings. Derek Lowe did a really good job. He'll get a nice hand.
game another time around. If you missed any of the big hits and great plays, just watch the encore later every night or again the next morning at 9. Brought to you by Verizon Wireless. Well, Boone Logan taking his final tosses here to get ready. You can see this is his 75th game. And I think he leads the league in appearances. You can look that up in a second.
I was going to say, yeah, folks, that's a lot of games.
63 strikeouts in 51 innings. That's impressive. And opponents batting just 232. Well, Boone Logan is going to face the left-handed hitting Brandon Moss.
Moss today is 2 for 3, grounded to second in the first, single to right in the third, single to left in the fifth. Yesterday tied the game with a pinch hit home run against Rafael Soriano. It's going to be interesting to see if this game remains like this sort of game, a safe situation, who the Yankees will close with. You know, Girardi said yesterday Soriano is tired and Robertson's been used a lot. Who will they close this game with? Yankees would like to have that problem. 1-1.
I think Job Chamberlain comes to mind.
I was just thinking Job might get a shot.
.95. That wasn't just a highway, that was a heater.
Tougher to see for the hitters. You see that shadow going across there where you kind of lose. You see the ball out of the pitcher's hand and then it hits the shadow and just kind of disappears on you. Always hated that part of the day. Okay.
Didn't make things particularly fun once you stepped into the batter's box. The fun level definitely went down.
2-2. Grounded and through for a base hit. Cespedes will go to third. That just got past Swisher, just got past Cano. A seeing eye single for Moss. And now it's first and third, one out.
You know, that base hit, and this is interesting because I think Cano thought that Swisher was going to get it. Watch the dive, the ball gets by him. Cano slowed down, then tried to speed up again, and by the time he did, the ball was by him. See that? A little hesitation there, then the ball sneaks through into the outfield. Just by Nick Swisher, and Cano can't get it either.
Here's Chris Carter. First and third. Tying run 90 feet away. 5-4 Yankees lead. And they keep throwing Carter breaking balls.
Carter's one of those young prospects with a ton of power that's going to have some adjustments to make. Just to, you know, it's not a home run or nothing. I mean, he's got so much strength that he's going to have to use the other part of the field. Realize that he's strong enough to hit the ball out to all parts of the field. Become a much better hitter.
Stewart wants to talk with Logan. This chiropractic telecast presented by authority of the New York Yankees and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the New York Yankees. check the swing. First base umpire Mike Estabrook said he did indeed hold up. Fly ball, shallow center, coming on is Granderson, tagging is Cespedes. He's coming home. Here's the throw. Tie game. Runner goes to second, and he is in there. A sac fly by Carter. It's a 5-5 game.
Well, Carter's got to be feeling pretty good because he's been struggling big time. And he drives in a run. It looked like the throw might have hit the mound and slowed down. Like it hit the back of the mound and just took a hop. Here's the throw by Granderson, and watch what happens. Boom, and it takes that, like hitting a ski slope, like a mogul, and you go straight up. Not to say they would have gotten Cespedes anyway, because he can really run.
Reddick takes a strike.
Right in the middle of this lineup, this Oakland lineup, you talked about Carter struggling and Reddick struggling this series. All of a sudden, you know, there comes some big at bats in the middle of this lineup that they have not been able to come through. Reddick's getting his fair share. Look at lefties from CC tonight, the Rapata, and now Boone Logan.
Back.
You just saw the Oakland bench there, and the player with the sunglasses, Brett Anderson, their left-handed pitcher, and he's dealing with an oblique strain, and that really hurt them too, because he's been pitching well since coming back from the disabled list, and he was kind of scheduled to go in this series. His turn would have come up.
They're hoping that he'll be ready in the playoffs if they make the playoffs. One, two. Lofted into center field, coming on Granderson. He'll make the play. And that'll do it here in the seventh. But the A's tie the game. 1 run on 1 hit. No errors and 1 man left on base at the end of 6.5. It's time for the 7th inning stretch here in the Bronx. Yankees and the A's are tied at 5, but we'll stay where we are to honor America at Yankee Stadium.
As we remember the servicemen and women who are serving our country at home and around the globe. Thank you. Now, join in Kate Smith's rendition of God Bless America.
To the
Bob and Jack and Meredith will have the information you need on the post-game show. We have the game summary right here, brought to you by your local Nissan dealer. 5-9-2 for the A's, 5-7-0 for the Yankees. Stephen Drew is 2 for 4, double and a solo home run. Ichiro, another perfect day, 2 for 2, a walk, solo home run. 2 for 2 in a sac bunt, I'm sorry. Ibanez a solo pinch hit home run that gave the Yankees a 5-4 lead, but that was relinquished with that 1 run in the 7th by the A's. So we go to the bottom of the 7th. And still Jerry Blevins and now Nick Swisher at the plate. One and 0. Cadillac scoreboard is 5-5. Two and 0.
Swisher's taking 2 close pitches, but he's getting a hitter's count now, 2-0.
High pop up. Pennington battling, and the ball's going to drop. Pennington, Reddick, Cespedes. None of them could make the play.
I see you saw that ball drift so much, and if you look at the wind, this ball ended up, 20 feet where Reddick thought it wasn't going to go. It just continued to drift with the wind. You see, there continues just to go that way.
It's Pennington called it, and it looked like he was called off. And it was called off by Reddick, but the ball gets away and he kicks it. But I've got beef with Nick Swisher. He's only at first base. Yeah. He should be at second. That ball was high enough for him to be at second base easily. And then Reddick kicked it after that. I mean, it's a 5-5 game. 90 feet's important.
Here's Ibanez. And that hit Ibanez.
And he gets to 90 feet anyway.
And it also hit Fielding Culbreth. Well, now they have the perfect batter coming up to bunt, and that's Jason Nix, and Steve Donnie will come out and look at where Fielding Culbreth got hit. Looks like he's on the right leg. Well, one thing that we've seen from this A's team, and we've been certainly giving them the kudos they deserve, they're not very tight defensively. They've not played well at all in these 2 games.
I think if you look at the totals for the year, defensive, Oakland's got 96 errors. That puts them near the bottom. And it's not only the errors, it's the plays you should make that you don't. Nix leads the Yankees with 8 sacrifice bunts.
So Bob Melvin comes out and talks with Blevins.
There's nobody really warm. I don't know if somebody's warmed up or not. Is Cook ready? I think he's ready. And is he coming in? Yeah, he is.
Now, here's what I don't understand about that move. Nix is up to bunt, and there's a lefty up next. That doesn't make any sense. So we'll see if it works out for Bob Melvin. Stick around. Verizon Fios. Introducing Verizon Fios Quantum Speed. Internet twice as fast as anything America's ever seen. A.J. Griffin will go for the A's. 6-1 record, 2.45. And Hiroki Kuroda for the Yankees, 14-10, 3.26. Our coverage will begin at 12:30 with the pregame show, and then first pitch will be right around 1:07.
Griffin picked up that first loss the other day in Detroit. Went off to a 6-0 start.
Here's Cook, who'd been closing for a while. Now it's Grant Balfour, another veteran out there closing. But you see what's going to happen. If Nix is successful, gets the runners over, they're going to walk Curtis Granderson. And as I said, as Michael mentioned, Nix is a good bunter. He's got 8 successful sacrifice bunts. He's trying to make the third baseman field the ball here. You know, if you leave Blevins in the game, here's a lefty ball, and he doesn't have to turn to throw the ball to third. Taking Blevins out, I think, kind of hurts them defensively in the infield.
And a bunt. A good bunt by Nix. The sacrifice successful.
Yeah, he's money.
I'll tell you what, that was a tough pitch. He ran that ball in on his hands and ended up bunting it off the label, it looked like. But, you know, as long as you make that third baseman field the ball, see the ball run way in on it.
Well done. Right man at the right time. Jason Nix.
Now Kurt Young is going to go out and talk with Cook, who actually made the All-Star team this year before he lost the closer's job to Grant Balfour. And they'll talk about whether they want to walk Granderson, and then they might have to deal with a pinch hitter for Chris Stewart, or go right after Granderson.
Yeah, I would think Eric Chavez is down there somewhere with a bat. Nobody else is warming up, so this is all Cook. Chavez is probably down in the tunnel, loosening up right now. They're going to go after Granderson with the infield in here. At least a little bit.
Pitch is inside. Granderson certainly has the propensity to strike out. 7 strikeouts in his last 4 games. Foul back.
Granderson has never hit against Cook. This is his first look at it.
And we're being kind. He has more than a propensity. He struck out 183 times this year. And that's what they're looking for at this point. The 1-1. Outside 2-1. Popped up. Donaldson in foul territory, battling the sun, looking for the seats, and he makes the play for the second out.
Thinking about that foul ball right there, that is such an easy play in Oakland. There is so much foul territory. It's such a, you know, you get over in this little nook in here, you don't know what's going on. But in Oakland, I mean, you lose so many at bats. Looking back at how much foul territory there is.
I give him credit for making this play because he was dealing with the sun. He has no sunglasses on. So this is strictly as he reaches, going to make the play.
Oh, this guy right here didn't reach in, huh?
Well, you know what? The fan was actually reaching over. And an umpire can call the hitter out for fan interference.
Well, they're going to send Eric Chavez up to the plate to pinch hit for Chris Stewart, former Oakland Athletic, going up against Ryan Cook. Infield backs up now with 2 outs. And there's a strike.
Kenny, earlier in the game, you said Eric Chavez had one of those pinch hit home runs. He hit that off the foul pole against the Mets, didn't he, Mike?
think so, down the left field line.
Yeah.
Pinch hitting this year, 4 for 31. So Chris Stewart, who was 0 for 3, his day is done. Cook throws hard, count 1 and 2. Yankees 1 for 8 today in these spots. Strike 3, Chavez down looking. Pretty good job by Ryan Cook. Yankees do not get the big hit. No runs a hit, no errors, and 2 big runners left on base. We're going to the 8th. It's a nail biter. 5-5. Yankees A's. Text your vote at 42951 or vote online at yesnetwork.com. Today's candidates are number 1, Ichiro Suzuki, number 2, Raul Ibanez, number 3, Stephen Drew, number 4, Yoenis Cespedes. Vote now, make your voice heard. Standard text messaging rates apply. Eric Chavez takes over at third. And Russell Martin takes over behind the plate, so Nix is removed. Martin will hit in Nix's spot in the order. Hyundai scoreboard 5-5. Martin hits in the number 7 hole. And Donaldson with a high fly ball to deep right center. And that ball is dropped by Ibanez. And Donaldson is at second. We'll see how they score it. It was a long way to go, probably get a double, but that's a ball he should catch.
Ball's hit well on the move, and running about parallel with the wall right here. You're right. Buck hit him in the heel of the glove, not in the pocket, or right off the end of it, I should say. And it's going to go as a double. Watch him reach off the thumb, and it wasn't hauled in.
Well, I don't even think that Donaldson thought that ball was going to travel that far.
No, off the bat, it didn't look like it at all.
Let's see if the A's play some small ball. Derek Norris is pinch hitting for Contreras.
Yeah, you would think as a pinch hitter, you wouldn't put somebody in with a little power to bunt. So they play a little bit different.
He hasn't bunted all year, or at least successfully.
If you're not going to bunt, you got to do one thing, and that's hit the ball to the right side of the infield. Try to drive a run in, but at least get him to third.
Boston has tied up Baltimore 6-6. They're in the top of the 9th inning now at Fenway Park. This game tied at 5-5. That's how close this division race is. 0-2.
I'll tell you, the last thing Boston wants to do is get extra innings with the Orioles, huh? With 15 in a row?
Yeah.
That's a pretty good percentage.
Buck Showalter's thinking, we got him right where we want him.
Yeah.
Still 0-2. Nice play.
He went a long way for that ball.
Did a couple rows down. Seats over.
And over the tarp. Epley and Thomas warming. It's going to be a different use of the Yankee bullpen today. When you consider Soriano probably not going to pitch, Robertson probably not going to pitch. It's a close game.
We talked about it last night. These are the tough days and these are the tough games, especially coming down the stretch here because you have no days off. And the games are so big that you have to go out and try to win any way you can.
Is there a cross up on that last pitch? The way Russell Martin reacted, see, he's set up here. No, maybe not. Just blocked it in the dirt.
Two. Swing and a miss. Got him. Big strikeout for Boone Logan as the pinch hitter Norris goes down swinging.
Well, Paul mentioned it. Every time the A's strike out, it sets a new team record. Before they came to playing this series in Yankee Stadium, Oakland had struck out 32 times in Detroit in a 3-game series.
Here's Cliff Pennington. A lot of swinging and missing by the A's. Over the last 8 games, they've averaged 11.13 strikeouts per game.
They hit home runs, so they put pressure on the pitchers, but they don't put much pressure on the defense. It's either out over the fence or walking back to the dugout.
There's their hitting coach, Chili Davis. Two and 0. Checks the swing. Count 3-0.
Five game. You're always peeking over to see who's on that index circle. The base open.
Steven Drew's waiting. And the 3-0. Strike. Clip the inside corner. 3-1. Threw a breaking ball.
No breaking ball. Shows you the importance. You're not going to give in.
They're thinking there's a left-hand hitter on deck. Maybe manager Bob Melvin said go for it.
0-2.
And the breaking ball and another beauty. 3-1 and 3-0.
Missed inside with a 96-mile-an-hour fastball, so Pennington wins that battle to walk. First and second one out, top of the order, and Stephen Drew is going to hit against the lefty Boone Logan.
Stephen Drew, we talked about last night, had some of the better at-bats against CC Sabathia. And earlier today, went dead center. A's that have really had good at bats since they walked into Yankee Stadium.
Good pitch for a strike, 0-1. Logan checks the runner at second, the 0-1. Hit sharply to second. Fielded there by Cano. He makes the out at first as the runners move up.
Nice play by Cano going to his left. Ball almost snuck through the infield. Snags it on a couple of hops. Straightens, and he's actually throwing the ball before Nick Swisher gets to the bag. So he's got to make an accurate throw so Swisher doesn't turn, and all of a sudden he has to lunge one way or the other. So right on the money with the throw. And now there are two down.
So with Seth Smith due up,
Michael, you were asking for Kenny's whiteout earlier in the day. These managers are going to need it. Boy, this lineup card is all over the place. Pinch hitters, pitching changes. Got it all working today.
And the new pincher is going to be Johnny Gomes for Smith. Now the Yankees have a righty up in the bullpen, but they're going to stay with Boone Logan. Those are the numbers on Gomes. 2 outs and runners in scoring position this year. Gomes 12 for 24. A strike from Logan. High fly ball foul into the seats on the left side, 0-2.
Yeah, there's not much history between these two. Only 2 at-bats for Gomes against Boone Logan, but he does have 1 hit and 2 at-bats. So right now he's down in the count. No balls and 2 strikes. The fans trying to rally Boone Logan. Get this final strike or final out here in the top of the 8th.
These lefties love to go down and in with that slider in off the plate, but the man on third base, kind of a dangerous pitch. Nothing worse than throwing one by the catcher, so you really have to keep that in mind too, especially in a 5-5 game.
Donaldson off third, Pennington off second. 2 men out, 5-5 game, top of the 8th inning. And that hits Gomes.
You know what? You're lucky it did hit him, because that ball was so far inside. Russell Martin is going to have a tough job blocking that one.
Well, you call low and in, but not that far low and in.
If you watch this ball is off target, and I'm telling you what, the Yankees got a break there that ball hit Johnny Gomes.
Well, with the dangerous Cespedes coming up, Joe Girardi is going to go to his bullpen. That's going to do it for Boone Logan. Bases loaded, 2 outs, 5-5 game. Here comes Epley.
Yoenis Cespedes at the plate. We're going to look at what Cespedes did to the Yankees in July out in Oakland. He was hitting everybody and everything. And this is why David Cohen dubbed him Yoenis the Menace.
Well, now he's up in a big spot. Bases loaded, 2 outs, top of the 8th inning. It's a 5-5 game. Middle game of this 3-game set. Yankees won last night 2-1 in extra innings. The numbers on Epley. This will be his 54th game. About a hit per inning. 3.59 ERA. Big spot. At third, you've got Donaldson. And you've got Pennington at second. And Gomes at first. Way outside. Had an RBI double in the first inning, walked in the third. First and third, 2 outs. Ground ball to Jeter in the fourth. Walked and scored in the seventh. One and one. What he's done against the Yankees in 6 games this year. Remember, he missed the first 3 games and the Yankees swept those. Those are in Oakland. 2-1.
So Smetty's, the more pitches he sees from Epley, the better he's going to see that ball. I mean, obviously Epley's delivery's his strength against a righty, but the more pitches you see in an at bat, especially from an irregular release point, you start to pick up the ball better and better.
Got hit one out right there. 2-2.
That's what you see with this Oakland team a lot, even in situational hitting, you know, where a base hit could really open the game up. It seems like a lot of these guys ahead in the count don't just go to put the ball in play. They're trying to hit the ball out of the park.
Low bridge by Mike Gallego. Bases loaded, 2 outs. 2-2 count. 5-5 game. Just got a piece to stay alive. Boy, he is not cutting down his swing at all.
I mean, it's like right field does not exist. Nothing exists for the people sitting in the bleachers out in left field.
High fly ball, center field. Granderson is there. He'll make the play, and Efley comes on and gets the dangerous Cespedes, and the A's strand 3. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th inning. We are knotted at 5. Get out of trouble with Cody Efley getting Cespedes to fly out to center. Johnny Gomes stays on in left field. And Derek Norris takes over behind the plate. Jeter 1 for 4. That one hit extended his hitting streak to 16 straight. Ryan Cook still in there. He got out of problems in the 7th inning. Hyundai scoreboard 5-5. The A's have out-hit the Yankees. The Yankees have outfielded the A's. The A's very sloppy defensively. And a strike. The 0-1. Punched out right side. Pennington fields. He'll get Jeter for the first out of the 8th.
If you're the Yankees and you want to spark, this is the guy you want to see come to the plate. Ichiro has done everything. Both power numbers, stealing bases, base hits.
2 for 2 today. Hit on base 3 times. Home run, single, walk, and a sacrifice bunt.
Pretty good day. We're not even finished.
Pennington with another shot. And they retire Ichiro. That's going to bring up Alex Rodriguez. Walked and scored in the first, singled and scored in the second, lined out in the second and the fourth, and was intentionally walked in front of Robinson Cano in the sixth, and Cano wrapped into an inning-ending double play. Count 1-0. One and one.
It's a pitch that Cook has that can give righties trouble. That ball that just keeps running in on your hands. You can't get the barrel there quick enough.
Give him a breaking ball. Count 1-2.
Follow that inside fastball up with a short slider. Cook as he throws it just as hard.
Swing and a miss. Alex down on strikes. He'll be tagged out by Norris. And that'll do it. So a 1-2-3 inning for Ryan Cook. Well, the Yankees win another one today. It's going to be in walk-off fashion. We're going to the ninth, 5-5.
Last out for the W.B. Mason postgame. Bob Lorenz and Jack Curry are back in the studio to recap today's matchup and bring you the latest updates on baseball's playoff picture. Plus, Meredith Marakovitz gets the reaction from the clubhouse. It's a W.B. Mason postgame only on Yes. That reaction in the clubhouse is still up in the air right now, Mike.
Absolutely. Now they'll turn it over to Jobbin Chamberlain. This will be his 19th game since coming off the DL. He's battled back from that broken ankle on the trampoline and the Tommy John surgery from last year. And you might say, well, why Jobbin in a tie game in the ninth? Well, all games are interconnected, so you see what's left in the bullpen. Soriano and Robertson likely are not available today.
Yes, we'll take them off. This is what you got left.
And you've got Justin Thomas. You got Corey Wade, who has not pitched well. Adam Warren, who hasn't pitched much. Freddie Garcia, who hasn't pitched since he's been removed from the rotation. And David Phelps, who might be the best guy they have out there remaining right now. And he started on Wednesday. So you ask why Jobbin? Well, that's why Jobbin. You can't force people to pitch if they're exhausted. And also you'd be hurting yourself because they probably wouldn't pitch well. Moss swings and fouls it off. Moss has had a good day. 3 for 4. He's had a good weekend in New York so far. That pinch hit, 1-out home run in the 9th inning that tied the game at 1 yesterday against Soriano.
Surprising because Chavez starts him off with an off-speed slider, and that's what he hit out of here last night off Soriano.
Orioles and the Red Sox are in extra innings. 6-6 game. And the Red Sox will try to buck the odds. Orioles have won 15 straight extra inning games after losing the first 2 of the season. Moss fouls it away and out of play.
And if you look at what Jabba has done, every once in a while, you know, he'll throw that 96-mile-an-hour fastball that you fell in love with his rookie season, and he'll throw that curveball that's got the great bite to it, but consistently in on at bat, he doesn't. He misses once in a while, and that's when he's getting hit hard.
Now he's got himself to a situation where he has to throw a strike. 3-2. Still 96. He's getting it up there.
Swing and a miss.
He had the guts to go to a breaking ball. 3-2 leadoff hitter, and he got him. And sitting dead fastball. You see that breaking ball in the dirt. 3-2. Gosh, you're nuts as a hitter when you look at that dead fastball and they spin that thing up there.
Here's Chris Carter. It's all tied because of Carter's sac fly to center field in the 7th. That was the 5th run plated by the A's. We're 5-5.
Yep, that's right to the corner.
That's why the Yankees think Job is close, because he's still throwing hard. 96 miles an hour. It's just about command.
That's some real cheese right there.
Consistent command. The 0-2. Missed outside, but he wanted to. The count 1-2.
Smell that slider coming here, Kenny, off the outside corner.
Eddie Garcia's up.
Yep.
Rothschild has to be happy what he sees with Jabba, and he looked confident in that at bat. He went at him hard and then set up this breaking ball off the plate. Carter, no chance. Spin. Carter way out in front.
Wow, that took a lot to get out of the way for Reddick.
As if his time in New York hadn't been tough enough. Has to go airborne to get out of this one. Get out of the way of this one.
Once in a while, as a hitter, you wonder how in the world you got out of the way, and that was one of them. That ball was actually almost behind him.
Wrapped into right field, but right at Ibanez, and that's an impressive 9th inning for Jabba Chamberlain. He retires the A's in order 1-2-3. Robinson Cano will lead off the bottom of the 9th inning. He can win it in walk-off fashion.
And that's what you look forward to is playoff baseball, and that's what we're going through. And I think our guys are handling it very well and having fun.
Well, the Yankees have won 6 in a row, but most of them have been very, very close games. So what was once a 10-game lead now turns into playoff baseball. Every time you take the field, it's almost a game that you have to win to hold off the Orioles and all the other hard-charging teams.
You talk about the extra wild card, and you wouldn't be going through this if there wasn't that extra wild card and the importance of winning the division. I mean, you'd go through it, obviously want to win the division, but there was really no difference. And that new wild card has really put importance on winning the division, and these games are much more important.
So the A's go to their closer, Grant Balfour, and they're not following any rules that you don't bring in your closer on the road and tie game. Well, they need to hold them 0 here and then get another chance in the 10th inning. Because if you're going to hold your pitcher out, these games are hugely important for the A's. They need to win, so they're going to bring in their best pitcher right now. They use Ryan Cook, who was outstanding in his performance, and now Grant Balfour.
Yeah, Balfour returned to the closer's role on August the 11th, and he has been lights out, 12 for 12 in save opportunities. Of course, this isn't a save opportunity, as Michael just pointed out. 14 strikeouts and 12 2/3 innings during that time.
So here's Cano. His average has fallen to 295. He's 1 for 4 today. He's 6 for his last 30. In the 6th inning, he saw Alex Rodriguez walked in front of him intentionally, but he could not make the A's pay. He wrapped him to double play. He can make him pay right here and send everybody home. Cano 4 hits and 10 at-bats lifetime against Balfour. I want to know. Count 2-0.
Well, Kenny, you were a home run hitter. Situations like this, do you make a guy work? Do you take a pitch, or are you looking to hit one of the seats?
No, if it's right there.
You're going to the seats, huh?
You're almost reading the headlines before that happens.
2-0. There's a strike. They go to the bottom of the 10th inning at Fenway. Orioles and the Red Sox tied at 6.
Nothing for the Orioles, where they play 18 the other night.
18 and then 11. Fly ball center field. The wind got hold of it, but Cespedes stays with it for the first out.
Cespedes, he plays center field. That's his natural position. It's kind of surprising me with his size. And they moved him over to left field.
Yeah, he was a little late. He got beat on that just a bit. And that's why Cano didn't pull the ball. Yeah, Cespedes, but since Coco Chris came back, Coco's been in center, right, and Cespedes moved to left.
Here's Nick Swisher.
Here's Mr. Crisp, who is dealing with eye problems.
There's a hitter that's looking at a dead fastball right there when you get that swing like that. Late in the game, you'll come up and think, I'm going to take one chance here. If it's a curveball, you're going to have a swing like that.
1-1. Last time up, Nick hit a pop-up to shallow right field. Didn't run hard out of the box and only got a single when he should have gotten a double. The ball fell. Yankees didn't score that inning. In fact, Nick walked. Then Ibanez was hit by a pitch. First and second, nobody out. Nick's laid down his 9th sacrifice bunt of the year. Put runners on second and third. But Granderson did not come through. He popped up to the third baseman, Donaldson, in foul territory. And then Chavez struck out looking as a pinch hitter.
One that you were talking about thinking about home run. That's one of the problems. You think about hitting a home run, it doesn't work that way.
Right.
Because the pitcher's, of course, he's not thinking that way. And not every pitch is thrown up there to be hit out of the ballpark. Look out.
Kenny, you you had said earlier that Cook was a closer earlier in the year, and then Balfour took it back over.
Yeah.
He's been good. He's been a perfect 12 for 12 since he took the closer rollover back in mid-August.
It was a dangerous pitch, though. He's behind 3-1.
That one is lined into center field. That's going to dunk in for a base hit. So the Yankees have the winning run on.
Pitch run, yeah.
Chris Dickerson will take over at first base, and let's see if he runs.
He got a good pitch. It got in on him, but the good thing is he didn't try to pull it. He just laced it up the middle. Started a rally, put a little pressure on the Oakland defense.
Dickerson is 2 for 2 in stolen base situations. He's made it each time. Norris does not have a good rate of throwing people out. And most closers do not have good moves at first base.
And they're usually slow to the plate because they're hard throwers. So there's a lot going in Chris Dickerson's favor if he wants to take a chance to steal a base here.
And there's a strike to Ibanez. Yankees had 15 walk-off wins in the championship year of 2009. They've only had 11 combined walk-offs in the last 3 years. So that magic has not returned, but if they win here today, it has to be a walk-off. It would be 2 in a row. One. Ibanez pinch hit in the 5th inning and gave the Yankees a 5-4 lead with this home run.
Dickerson almost went on that last one. He got out there but decided to hold on.
Do the same thing again. Count 2-1.
That would have been a good pitch to go on. It was off-speed pitch.
They got him, but didn't apply the tag quick enough. He was leaning.
That wasn't a great move either.
If it was an A move, they would have definitely got him.
Yeah, watch, he just kind of floats it over there.
You know, when it's this obvious that you were going as a runner, you know they're not going to pitch out.
No.
You know, it's just sometimes you got to have the guts to just go again.
Count 3-1 to Ibanez. And the hero from yesterday is on deck today, Russell Martin. They go to the 11th at Fenway Park, 6-6. Orioles and the Red Sox. Foul back.
Looked like Ibanez was a little disappointed he didn't hit that one.
A little different fastball than he saw earlier in the game. Balfour has good velocity. 3-2, you going here, Kenny?
Yep. He's done everything but go at first base. Has time to do it.
And you got help from the hitter too. Either ball 4, you expect that hitter to put the ball in play.
Runner goes. Strike 3. Throw to second. Stolen base. He's in there.
Ibanez not happy with the call of Cubby Colbreth. Don't usually see him say too much.
Ball looked down on the way.
Yeah, it was close.
Well, that's going to bring up Russell Martin with a chance to win this game. He won the game yesterday with one swing in the 10th inning.
Well, last night, I mean, you dream about these situations as a player. Walk-off home run. Look at that. Walk-off hero. Notice that on the fence when he hit that out last night.
Well, he has the opportunity again today. It doesn't have to be as dramatic. A single will likely get it done. But remember, Cespedes has a great arm in center field.
The Oakland outfield, you know, they were playing really deep. Now they're playing shallow, knowing that they got to try to cut that run down at the plate.
There's a strike to Russell Martin. We're in the bottom of the 9th inning. Yankees trying to end it right here. It's a 5-5 game.
A pretty nice day to come in the 8th inning and go home with a game winner, Ken. Huh?
Two of the three outfielders have very strong arms. Cespedes in center and Reddick in right. They have, particularly Reddick, he can really throw. If there's a base hit, you don't want it to be directly at them. You want them to have to go laterally to get it, to get the ball.
One ball, one strike. Dickerson's on second. Fastball inside and low, 2-1. Two walk-off home runs in one season. One of three Yankee catchers to do it. The other one, both number 8, Bill Dickey and Yogi Berra. The 2-1. Foul the other way.
Well, he had a good approach, had a hanging breaking ball, and kind of away, and he tried to slap it to right field just a little bit late.
The 2-2. Missed inside. 3-2.
Get the feeling you're trying to keep it in on Martin.
Yeah, they went to one breaking ball away, but all the hard stuff had been in.
Curtis Granderson is on deck. Popped up. Right side of the infield. Pennington puts it away for the final out of the 9th. No runs a hit, no errors, and one man left. Free baseball coming up. Bonus Cantos. We go to the 10th, 5-5. 2 and 5-9-0 for the Yankees. Steven Drew 2 for 5. Ichiro 2 for 3. Another good day for him. And Ibanez, a pinch hit solo home run, gave the Yankees a 5-4 lead. That was in the 5th inning, but the A's came back with a sac fly in the 7th, and that's where we stand. So now the Yankees move Steve Pearce in at first base. And they hold their breath as they bring on Freddie Garcia. And no knock on Freddie, but he has not pitched a lot since being demoted.
He hasn't pitched since September the 9th. And that was at Camden Yards.
That was his start, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he has not pitched since he was taken out of the rotation. Donaldson swings and misses. Donaldson doubled in the 8th inning. Way outside. This is the Yankees' 6th reliever. Fouled away. Now, when Garcia was taken out of the rotation early, or earlier in the season, he actually pitched well out of the bullpen, especially with a lot of rest, because he has more velocity on his fastball, which means his arm speed is better, and then his breaking stuff is better. So maybe that's what we'll see right here.
Well, these are big opportunities, too, so you can't come in and just think he's going through the motions. Type starters who are demoted to the bullpen, and then they get in a relief appearance, and it's like, I'm just putting my time in here. But these are big games in a big situation, extra innings.
That game in Baltimore, the last time he pitched 3 1/3 innings, 3 runs, 3 hits. But the Yankees scored 13 unanswered runs.
Donaldson with a high fly ball to left. Ichiro back on the track at the wall. He leaps. And he makes the play.
Again, the wind is drifting that ball all the way, and Ichiro got a late break on it. Tough sun field right now, we talked about. Donaldson get fooled a little bit, but he got extension. He hit it solid, got it up in the air, and Ichiro just didn't have time to run back and find the wall. Little flare to that at the end. Huh?
The result is there.
Strike to Norris. Norris pinch hit in the 8th inning with a runner on second. Nobody out. He struck out. Hey. 91 miles an hour is pretty good for Freddie Garcia. So he feels fresh out of the pen. One of the reasons you have to stay ready in this game, you never know when you're going to show back up and how big the game is going to be. Swing and a miss. Garcia looks sharp.
Nice curveball. That's a splitter. Excuse me. You can see the tumbling effect of the pitch coming up there. Not much spin. Then it just drops out of the strike zone. That's Freddie's put away pitch. He gets you to 2 strikes and you throw that tumbler up there.
They go to the bottom of the 11th inning in Boston. Red Sox and the Orioles are still tied at 6. Pitch outside, 1-0. Pennington lines one to Pierce. And a 1-2-3 inning for Freddie Garcia and the Yankees. We go to the bottom of the 10th. It's going to be Granderson, Chavez, and Jeter. Pierce went up to get it and came down with the 3rd out. what the Yankees have left on their bench. Eduardo Nunez, so there's speed there. They've got the backup catcher Francisco Cervelli, and then Melky Mesa, who has not had an at-bat since being called up. So their bench is a little light right now. And Joe Girardi would like it to end right now in the bottom of the 10th inning at 5-5 with Granderson leading off.
Well, Granderson leads the team in home runs with 39. He's been sitting on 39 for a while. Of course, you get to those nines like 29, you want to get to 30. 39, you want to get to 40. It's not such a bad thing to have a power hitter leading off an inning in tie ball games or extra innings, because a pitcher does not want to walk you. You usually get something decent to hit.
So here is Granderson. And there's a strike. Granderson did not start this game. Andrew Jones started at left, batting 8th, and then Granderson pinch hit for Jones in the 3rd inning, ended up walking. When the A's took out their lefty and brought in Jim Miller, the righty, so Granderson walked and struck out and fouled out to 3rd. And the foul out to 3rd was really, really big. They had 2nd and 3rd and 1 out, infield in, and needs a fly ball right there, and he hit a pop-up in foul territory, run down by Donaldson for the 2nd out, and then Chavez struck out looking. There's a big sequence in this game. The 0-2. 1-2, so Balfour in the 2nd inning of work.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you probably lost him for tomorrow, but you know, you never know with these games. 5-5, you've got to try to give your team a chance to win.
So I'm trying to elevate that last fastball. That's what they try and do with Granderson. Pass him upstairs. Like a backdoor slider right there.
Foul back. He only faced Balfour 3 times and has a home run against him.
Guarantee they both remember that one. I can't even. When you only have 3 at bats off a guy and one of them ends up in the seats, you usually remember the pitch, the location,
time of day.
Yeah, what you had for dinner that night.
1-2. High fly ball, center field. Cespedes will put it away for the 1st out. So with that fly ball, Granderson's batting average now down to 230. There's Eric Chavez. We told you he pinch hit in the 7th and he struck out looking with runners on 2nd and 3rd and 2 outs. Baltimore takes the lead in the 12th inning. Top of the 12th inning, they're up 7-6, trying to win their 16th extra inning game in a row.
It's a shocker they took the lead in extra innings, huh?
Fouled away. And they got the lead with an RBI double by Jim Thome, who knocked in Adam Jones, and they had just activated Thome before yesterday's game off the DL.
They've been out with neck problems.
Shattered bat, slow ground ball. Pennington charges, and the throw,
oh no,
is in time. Thought it pulled Moss off the bag.
You know,
Chavez can't believe it. Kelleher can't believe it. Here comes Girardi.
Watch the right foot of Moss. I think Joe says you're right. The ball beat him, but he wasn't on the bag.
First base umpire is Mike Estabrook. Let's see.
Gee, it's kind of hard to see there if his foot stayed on. His is a better angle.
No, I think it was off.
He's off the bag. There's some daylight there. He's reaching for the ball. Yep, foot is off. And you can see the reaction from the Yankee bench.
They were all in unison yelling no, you know that?
Here's Derek Jeter. 0-1. This is outside. 95. 1-1. Derek is 1 for 5. The one a single in the 6th. Gives him a 16-game hitting streak. Hitting .322. Fly to right in the 1st, fly to right in the 2nd, grounded to short in the 4th, single to center in the 6th, grounded to 2nd in the 8th. Count now 1-2 against Balfour. Jeter 3 hits and 13 at bats against the A's right-hander.
And Balfour had spent some time with the Tampa Bay Rays. He was one of the main setup men.
Swing and a miss. Jeter down on strikes. So the Yankees go down in order in the 10th. Jeter wants to know if it was a strike. Culbreth said yes. We go to the 11th. Top of the A's order coming up. Second in the wild card, 85 and 65 record, first winning season since 06. Since the All-Star break, 20 games over 500. That's the best record in the American League. These are games they like. They're 14-4 in their last 18 one-run games, 22 and 16 overall, so they didn't start off great. 13 walk-off wins. They won't have that today because they're on the road. That's the most in Major League Baseball. And pitching's a big part of it, 3.49 team ERA. Second in the American League to the Tampa Bay Rays at 3.27. So they're not the swinging A's, but they're the gutty, gritty A's. And there's a strike to Stephen Drew from Freddie Garcia in his second inning of work. Well, they know with Garcia they have length.
Well, the swinging A's were the A's back in the early 70s, won 3 straight World Series.
Yeah, they beat up on the Cincinnati Reds once or twice. They beat them. I think just once.
They beat the Mets once.
And I think they beat the Dodgers once. I think. Fly ball center field. Granderson didn't see it at first. Now coming in, and it's going to dunk in. A big turn by Drew, but he'll stay right there at first with a leadoff single.
You know, last inning I saw Cespedes have a little bit of a false start on the ball hit by Granderson, and he found the ball was hit well enough to come out to him. This one, Granderson kind of froze, didn't see it, then the ball falls in front of him.
You're in the sunshine, and you really don't get a good read. And then you can't pick it up because of the glare out there.
Yeah, the hitter's hitting out of the darkness, too, so that takes you a little while to find it. Johnny Gomes bunt.
Probably in Little League a couple times.
They still have some of the remnants of Moneyball, and Moneyball doesn't believe in sacrifice bunts or stolen bases because you're giving away outs. But there he is. He bunts right back to Garcia. He'll make the play at first.
Johnny Gomes bunted a bullet right there. Ball was hit so hard, Freddie didn't know what to do with it.
But they might have had a chance. Of course, you're relying on an accurate throw to second. I guess he did the right thing. It'd have been a close play at second base.
So with a runner on second, Cespedes takes outside 1-0.
Michael, you pointed out earlier, this is the one guy that the pitching staff really looks like they're taking, close aim at it and kind of almost pitching around, not giving him a lot of stuff to swing at. Breaking ball.
Orioles are now up 9-6 in the top of the 12th.
I notice anything on the inner half Cespedes has his best swings. You got to keep the ball away from him.
High fly ball. Jeter is there for the second out.
Never jammed him. And let's check out the pitches. Pitch by pitch to Yoenis Cespedes. Started with a curve outside miss. Came right back with another one, caught the corner. They went in. Freddie Garcia with his best fastball, and he was able to get it in there and popped him up. Now, Joe Girardi just went out to talk to Freddie Garcia. With Moss coming up, with 2 outs, there's a base open and a right-handed hitting Carter on deck. Moss has 3 hits today. They want nothing to do with Moss.
I'm looking out at Ibanez and I'm thinking there's a little group of pigeons behind me, and it brings back these memories of, like, I used to look back there and think, if I got to run through these things, it's going to be weird. You take off through those things, they're going to scatter and mess you up.
Some kind of convention out there, right?
That's right. Yeah, free seats came in for that extra baseball Michael chanted earlier. You set up a force. I mean, Carter's been struggling this series.
Imagine what those little birds used to think of you standing there taking fake swings. They're looking at you. Oh, what's he doing?
Like, this dude's weird, man.
They're used to statues.
Yeah, I was going to say, if he's moving, we can't mess with him.
So, an intentional walk to Moss. And here's Carter. You know, this is one of those series that the Orioles win no matter what. If they keep winning, if the Yankees keep winning, all right, they're not gaining in the East, but they're putting some separation between themselves and the A's.
Yeah, we were talking about that last night, Michael, as we were walking out. They're going to gain on somebody.
Yep. If they have the best wild card record, then they'll host that game. 2-0.
Carter's laid off a couple off-speed pitches. Freddie Garcia doesn't want to get in a position where he has to challenge him with his fastball.
The 2-0. Line drive, foul.
Again, off-speed pitch, slider, 82 miles an hour. Just got Carter out quick enough that he pulled it foul.
Count 3-1. Reddick's had a rough 2 days in New York, but he'd like another try here. 3-1 count on Carter. There's a strike.
80 miles an hour.
I'm telling you what, that was up in the wheelhouse, up in the zone. See this ball just kind of sit up there.
It was too slow.
Yeah, Freddie kind of flinched when he threw that one. Well, a lot of things going on here. Big pitch, runners running, fans are on their feet. Michael K. stirring, he's nervous over here.
Runners go. 3-2. Miss. Carter walks. Bases loaded for Reddick.
You hate these at bats if you're the Yankees, because you've got a guy that's had a horrible series and he's just due for something good to happen. And if you're Joe Girardi, you hate to see him come up in a position where he can really hurt you.
Well, Reddick is 0 for 5 tonight, and he was 0 for 5 last night, I should say today. So 0 for 10 overall. Missed outside. Drew's at third, Moss at second, and Carter at first. Game tied at 5. We are in the 11th. Missed outside, 2-0. These are the situations Garcia cannot allow himself to get into because his stuff is not crisp enough to just challenge somebody at 2-0.
Reddick taken all the way there, and you see an 85-mile-an-hour slider, 2-0, bases loaded. Just tell by the way he took that ball, you know, he's going to make Freddie Garcia work.
The 2-1. Reddick does not seem comfortable at the plate in this series. That was a weak hack right there, 2-2.
That was 82 there. He went from a slider and even took more off on a split finger. Just not going to give in. This is when, as a hitter, you start thinking breaking ball. This is the one time where, you know, him pitching backwards, where he will try to sneak a fastball in.
Reddick has struggled in September, hitting 148, 12 for 81. The 2-2. Line drive. Oh, what a play by Pierce! Steve Pierce, a full body dive, a backhanded stab, and he ends the threat. That was 2 runs right there, but Pierce sold out and made the play right in the webbing of the glove. A quick move to the backhand side, and Reddick is retired, and the Yankees go to the bottom of the 11th.
Bench today, seeing some action. He's in first base. He's going to make a saving stop on this one. Line drive off the bat of Josh Reddick. Yeah, Michael was right. He had to lay full out to come up with that one. And the A's are going to leave the bases loaded as Pierce makes a heck of a play over there at first base. You can see first base coach Ty Waller trying to steer it into the outfield, but no dice.
That's a 2-run single right there that he took away. So Pierce gives the Yankees the opportunity to win it in the bottom of the 11th. And Evan Scribner will come on for the A's.
Scribner was a little wild at his last outing. He walked 3 batters and gave up 3 runs.
Well, he needs to give up 1 to go home today.
Crowd with an Ichiro chant. Bottom of the 11th. Now 1-1. In Boston, 2 outs. Bottom of the 12th. Orioles 9, Red Sox 6. Off speed.
Big breaking ball there. You see Ichiro started bailing. He was all the way out of the box by the time that thing broke in there.
Swing and a miss. Blew it right by Ichiro for the first out. Well, it's a final in Boston. The Orioles win their 16th game in a row in extra innings. They beat the Red Sox 9-6. Lost the first 2 extra inning games they played this year, and then 16 in a row. By the way, playing 18 extra inning games is an awful lot.
It shows you how strong their bullpen is at the back end, where they get to a certain point, they don't give it up. Jim Johnson with another save.
Alex Rodriguez takes outside.
He's got a club record 47 saves now.
Swing and a miss.
Yeah, with Tippy Martina, who had it before him?
Randy Myers.
Oh, Randy Myers.
Hit 97, their last winning season. He had 45.
Two and one.
Pitch that A-Rod swung and missed. He had an excellent swing at. He was ahead on the count 1-0. So effectively he's ahead on the count 1-0 here with the count 2-1. Let's see what happens.
Breaking ball.
Got the curveball in there.
Well, Alex is certainly looking for his signature moment this year, and if he could send the Yankees home with a win with one swing, he'd love to, but that's a tough pitch right there. Can he deliver that signature moment here in the 11th? High fly ball. Cespedes is there for the second out.
He doubled up on the curveball, and the second one was almost as good as the first one.
See Alex's reaction right when he hit that ball. He knew he waited on it so much better. He was there, just didn't square it up.
Here is Cano. And a strike from Scribner.
Robbie just missed a pitch last time up where he just got in on him a little bit. Remember, he's got that big breaking ball that he's used to both hitters.
There's a ground ball to Pennington. And Scribner comes on to pitch a 1-2-3 11th inning. And we're going to the 12th. A-Rod just missed it, but we move on. A's 5, Yankees 5. And Donald Mason postgame. Bob Lorenz and Jack Curry are back in the studio, and they'll recap today's matchup and bring you the latest updates on baseball's playoff picture. Plus, Meredith Marakovich will get the reaction from the clubhouse. It's the WB Mason postgame. It's only on Yes. But we're only in the top of the 12th inning, so the guys will have to chill for a while and relax as Freddie Garcia starts his 3rd inning of work. He escaped a jam in the 11th inning thanks to a great play by Steve Pearce at first on a Josh Reddick line drive. Donaldson fouls one off. So with the Oriole win, they have now won 6 in a row. And the Yankees have won 6 in a row, looking for their 7th right here. That's why neither one of them could pull away from the other.
This is now the 2nd time through the order for Freddie Garcia. And Michael said he's well rested. He hasn't pitched since September the 9th.
That one is lined into right field. Ibanez there for the first out.
But my point being is that now every one of these A's hitters has had one look at.
Seen the last couple balls off the bat have been hit very hard. A lot of the Oakland A's players running back to the dugout, shaking their head, figuring, what do we got to do to try to score a run?
SMH, shaking my head.
Shaking my head. Yeah, it's usually when I get from my daughter in a text.
Norris grounds one softly to short. Jeter charges, fires, got him.
So my point being with Garcia now, the 2nd time through, he has to go a little deeper into his bag of tricks. He's got a bunch of them. He's changed his style over the years because of arm problems. Just when you think he's thrown one slow as he can, he throws one a little slower.
Here's Cliff Pennington. One and 0. Hit sharply to second. Right there is Cano. So he's throwing the atom ball, that's for sure. As he retires the A's in order, we go to the bottom of the 12th inning. Chris Dickerson will lead it off.
Bob, at the top of the 1st inning, fireworks right off the bat. The A's scored a couple of runs, 3 straight doubles off Ivan Nova, but the Yankees came back in the bottom of the 1st. Ichiro with a home run got him going. The A's weren't finished. Then it's Stephen Drew with a long home run. Raul Ibanez got one for the Yankees. Home run derby's breaking out, but this is a run that on a sacrifice fly that tied the ball game. Cespedes scored, and that's where we are right now. It is a 5-5 game going to the bottom of the 12th inning.
Well, Scribner's still in there. Second inning of relief. He's the 5th A's reliever. And he's going to face Eduardo Nunez. So Dickerson had pinch run for Swisher. Pierce had taken over in this spot playing first base. So he essentially is pinch hitting for Pierce. So here is Nunez. A little bit of a curious call here with Pierce certainly having the ability to hit the ball out. So they go from one righty to the next, hoping for Nunez's speed to play a role here. 2-0.
Again, you got to take a pitch here and make Scribner. You talked about his last outing, little control problems.
Trying to end it.
The 2-0. He takes a pitch and he takes a strike. Two and two.
Well, we've seen Scribner. He has a good curveball. That 12-6 downer. But the two he threw to A-Rod last inning, although they had good break to him, they kind of rolled.
Yeah, they ended up in the hittable part of the zone.
Let's see what he goes to here. 2-2.
Breaking ball, strike 3.
That one didn't roll. There's a 12-6 downer, nose to toes on this curveball. And watch out the reaction of Nunez. Knee buckler. And it breaks over the inside corner for call, strike 3.
Here is Ibanez. And the pitch is high. 1-0. We're in the 12th, bottom of the 12th inning, a 5-5 game.
Here's Ibanez's home run, pinch hit homer, gave the Yankees their 5th run way back in the 5th inning.
Breaking ball, strike.
See, Scribner's breaking ball is good enough to throw to righties and lefties. Buckles them both. I don't see that big breaking ball as much as you used to.
Line drive, base hit. Ibanez is going for 2. Here's the throw. He's in there.
There's a hustle play to get a runner into scoring position. Now remember, the reason he's able to do this looks like a single to center field. The outfielders are playing deep. They don't want a ball to go over their heads. And this is how he made second, running hard right out of the box. Putting the pressure on Cespedes to make the throw, and the throw is just offline. Hustling right out of the box. Cespedes, I'm not saying he's lazy getting over there, but maybe he's lazy getting it up. Now he sees that Ibanez is going and it's too late. The throw is offline.
You see Cespedes at the end of that rush to throw because he was surprised, and that's probably why that throw is offline.
Breaking ball is a strike to Martin. So on a day when some of the Yankees, incredibly enough, have not run as hard as they should, a 40-year-old Ibanez hustles what would be a single for most into a double, and he gets into scoring position here in the 12th inning, possibly in line to win the game. Count 0-2.
And now with the Yankees having the potential winning run in scoring position, the A's bring the outfielders up. They want to have the play at the plate. You know, it's interesting they call that the no doubles defense when you play deep like that, and they give up the double on a ball hit in front of them.
It's nothing over your head. It's not really no doubles because, I mean, it's You don't want anything to go over your head, but it does. It causes problems with those balls in the gap.
Good hustle.
Martin won it last night with a home run. Runner at second base here in the bottom of the 12th. Yankees know that the Orioles have already won. They won their game in 12 innings, 9-6.
Another reminder about the outfield arm. Cespedes has a good arm. Reddick has an outstanding arm in right field. Johnny Gomes doesn't get to play the outfield all that much in left field.
The 0-2. Grounded foul.
You saw it with A-Rod, and you're seeing it with Russell Martin here. The more curveballs they see, it looks like they're getting closer and closer to squaring one of them up. A-Rod just missed the second one that he saw.
The 0-2. Driven out to right field, but it's going to slice foul.
It's so hard to be in this position as a hitter. You know, you kind of get overwhelmed. You know, game-winning situation, but you're 0-2. You just got to really fight back. Try to get back into this count. Foul off for tough pitches.
And the 0-2 pitch. That one gets away and goes all the way to the backstop past Norris. And that moves Ibanez to third. That means the A's have to bring the infield in. And the A's have to bring the outfield in.
You know, Paul, you called it the count 0-2, but in a way that worked against Scribner. He's feeling I'm going to try and make him chase a pitch out of the zone.
Yeah.
But he threw it too far out of the zone. The A's should be getting, the outfielders should be being told to come in. They're really come.
Especially Gomes. I mean, you talked about the other arms. And the rule of thumb is, as an outfielder in this position, you come in to the point where you know you have a chance to throw him out. And so if you have a strong arm, you can play a little deeper. As you see Reddick, the guys with, you know, not very strong arms should be in pretty close.
Infield is in, outfield is in. 1-2 count on Martin. Ibanez at third. Just missed outside. 2-2.
He's done exactly what I was talking about. You know, we went from 0-2 to 2-2. Do have to remember, though, this situation has changed. Scribner's not going to give in. They've got a base open.
Two. Fouled off in front of the plate.
He tried to heat him up there.
Yeah, he did. Try to get him upstairs. Get it by him. Eddie Garcia's put the Yankees in this position where they have a chance to win.
Two. Grounded to second. Ibanez is coming home. He's out. After the collision at home plate, Norris holds on, and Ibanez is out. Ibanez tried to run right through the A's catcher, who held on to the ball.
I tell you, there's nothing dirty about that. Both guys did what they're supposed to do. Ibanez obviously going on contact. Nowhere to slide.
Norris took the full brunt. Got to give him credit. He hung in there. Pennington with the accurate throw, and there's your collision. And Norris holds on. Going on contact. Game on the line. It's still on the line. He braces. Tills takes a good shot. Hard-nosed baseball.
So Norris is going to stay in. It looked like Ibanez had some bruises as well on his chin, on his arm, some blood. So much on the line in this game.
That's a decision that, the manager makes. Are we going to see it through, give a couple guys an opportunity to drive him in, or are we going to go on contact and make Oakland make the play?
Here's Granderson with a runner on first base. That's Martin. Now 2 outs. Infield, of course, backs up.
Yankees actually won a game early this year when Elliott Johnson of the Rays couldn't make a play, threw a ball away at the plate.
Strike, 0-1. That's what they have left on the bench, so they haven't used that many people, just Norris and Gomes. So a lot of maneuverability for Bob Melvin. Oh, 0-2. Granderson did not start the game, pinch hit in the 3rd inning. He's 0 for 3 with a walk. One and 2. Can't bear to look.
Big City taking a nap, right?
The 1-2. 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. We're in the bottom of the 12th inning. 5-5 game. Martin leads off first. The pitch. Now 3-2. So that gives the Yankees a little bit of a break because Martin will be going. And Moss tells Scribner, I'm playing behind. Runner goes, breaking ball misses.
Well, that showed me something. Throwing a curveball 3-2 there. He didn't want to give in.
What do you think in that fastball sequence early? And I mean, up in the zone, trying to get Curtis Granderson to swing at it. Then 3-2 went to the breaking ball.
Well, here's former A. Aaron Chavez, who 4 times in his career with the A's drove in over 100 runs.
And also picked up 6 gold gloves at third base.
He was the main man in green and gold.
That one is off of Norris's glove. Looked like he was crossed up and the runners move up.
Went off the umpire. Copeland having a tough day. I think it hit the back of his hand.
Stevie Donahue out there real quick. He don't want him to touch it, does he? And I don't know if Norris touched it at all. I don't think the catcher touched it. I think it directly hit fielding Cobra. Oh, it hit him not in the hand, but it looked like in the bicep, yeah.
The shoulder, the bicep. Kind of locks that hand up. Definitely was kind of a cross up there when you don't even draw leather from the catcher. No reaction whatsoever. Some weird stuff going on in the game. It is
very weird.
've seen one wild pitch this inning.
You see another one, we'll be on the dig. And,
yeah.
1-0 count on Chavez. Missed outside, 2-0. The Yankees have not had back-to-back walk-off wins in extra innings since May 16th and 17th of 2009. Damon did it one day, A-Rod did it the other.
Against Minnesota. Yep. Against the whole weekend was walk-off weekend.
The 2-0. 3-0 on deck is Jeter.
He is staying with that curveball.
And that's a curveball. It kind of buckles because you don't get a lot of swing and misses. Guys take it. You know, it really fools you.
And he walked them. Bases are loaded. And that passes the baton to the captain.
You know what's interesting, though, is we had so many pitching changes, and then all of a sudden, it's like they turned the lights off out there in the bullpen. Neither team has had guys up.
Well, the one thing you've always heard about Jeter, he doesn't let the moment overwhelm him. It doesn't speed up for him the way it speeds up for others. So if he doesn't succeed here, it's not because the moment's too big. It's just because he didn't succeed. At a pretty big moment, the Orioles have already won. They're a half game behind the Yankees. 5-5 game, bottom of the 12th. Jeter 1 for 6. Outside, 1-0.
Staying with that hook. There's a fastball out there somewhere.
It's just not coming out of his hand right now.
Evan Scribner. The 1-0.
Look out.
If it hit him, the ball game would have been over. Count 2-0.
All of a sudden, those control problems you talked about, Kenny, start creeping back. And that's what happens when you get in trouble. All of a sudden, you start gripping a little tighter.
You know, if I'm up there now, I'm walking around the box, make that ball feel like a shot put.
Step out before he throws. Make him think about what's going on. Let that crowd noise kind of sink in.
2-1.
Keeps that fastball elevated just enough.
Martin's at third. Granderson at second. Chavez at first. 2-1 count on Jeter. 2 men out, bottom of the 12th inning. Fly ball, right field. Reddick makes the play, and we'll go into the 13th. No runs a hit, no errors, and 3 men left on base. So Jeter 1 for 7 today. Top of the order for the A's in the 13th. Stick around. This pivotal series here in the Bronx. Coverage will start at 12:30 with the Tri-State Ford pregame. Then Paul O'Neill, Ken Singleton, and I are back in the booth for all the action from the stadium. It is only on Yes. Now, the Yankee defense just got a little bit weaker because they pinch hit for Pierce with Nunez, which I didn't quite understand at the time. So Nunez will stay in and play third base, and Eric Chavez moves from third to first. And the reason I didn't understand it is Pierce does have the ability to end the game with one swing, and even if he got on with a single, you could have pinch run Nunez at that time. So now Nunez, who has struggled at other positions other than short, he's at third. Freddie Garcia still in there, his fourth inning of work, and he deals low to Drew.
Well, the runways are both open again, both bullpens up.
Joe Girardi has to realize that Freddie Garcia hasn't pitched in so long. While he might be well rested, maybe it's the overall stamina is not there to go all that far.
Two and one.
And I'm talking about as far as his arm is concerned.
Wade and Thomas. Line drive, a base hit to right field. They've been hitting the ball hard against Garcia, but as we said in the previous inning, they've been atom balls. So Drew with his fourth hit of the game.
Well, we wouldn't think about it. Johnny Gomes bunting, but he bunted last time up. So
got it done. Same situation in the 11th. Drew had a leadoff single.
Nunez right in the cutout at third base, close to the bag. Not bunting this time, takes a pitch high.
Now Johnny Gomes looks down at third. It appeared that he wasn't going to look, but he takes a look at the third base coach and tells me if he doesn't look, he's not really into this bunt.
Yeah, well, you don't want to see the bunt sign. You just don't look down there.
Driven deep to left field. Going back Ichiro. Looking up. See ya. A two-run home run for Johnny Gomes. No bunt. A home run instead. And Oakland leads 7-5.
That is his 15th of the year. And Bob Melvin says turn it loose this time.
I'll tell you what, huge home run for the Oakland A's. And there's just another guy, kind of a retread, been with other teams, brought him in as a veteran leader. And huge home run. And you really can't, I mean, the ball's up, and then Freddie Garcia, I mean, he's given up some home runs, but he hasn't pitched in so long. He's getting tired.
That's number 17 for Johnny Gomes.
Pitch to Cespedes is low. 1-0. So he's one of the veteran leaders of this team. And Cespedes crushes one to left field. No doubt about it. See ya. A long home run back to back. A two-run shot by Gomes. A solo shot by Cespedes. And the A's lead 8-5.
Cespedes had hit a long home run off Freddie Garcia in Oakland, but this one went further.
Wow.
And like I said, this is the second time through the order. These guys have seen him once.
So Garcia gave them 3 shaky shutout innings, but kind of fell apart here in the 4th. Oof.
What's a quick bat through the zone, and again Freddie Garcia just started missing up in the zone. Looked like he was just out of gas, and he just does not have anything. As you talk, Kenny, when guys start sitting on that off speed.
So they call on the lefty Justin Thomas. Freddie Garcia out of the game. Garcia 3 shutout innings, but it fell apart here in the 13th, and now he turns it over to the lefty Justin Thomas, who deals to Moss a strike. Thomas's 10th game with the Yanks. Now, at some point, the way the Yankees have been winning these games, it's a case of robbing Peter to pay Paul. Their bullpen was completely spent. In a big game like this, tie game, extra innings, do you really think that they want to have Freddie Garcia have to give them 4 innings? But Robertson's not available. Soriano's not available. He doesn't trust Wade. He doesn't really trust Justin Thomas, who is on the mound right now. There's nothing out there for him to go to. So out of necessity, because they've had to go to the bullpen in all of these close games, you don't want to lose a game on purpose, which is not what he was trying to do, but he's trying to hang on with Freddie Garcia, and it was a gamble he didn't win.
Well, you know, you go through the order again.
Right.
And that's, as I mentioned, it's tough for Garcia to get through an order twice now. And remember, the Yankees had an opportunity to win the game last year. You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
He gave them a couple innings, and in the bottom of the 10th, the bottom of the 11th.
That one is driven deep to left field. That ball is gone. A long home run for Chris Carter. 3 home runs here in the 13th, and Oakland leads 9-5. Those are not cheap shots. That was another second deck shot.
You're seeing what Oakland can do. They're a home run hitting baseball team, and I mean they don't come through in a lot of situations, but their pitching keeps them in it. Ouch! You're right, Michael. These are just bombs.
That was a quick stroke, wasn't it?
Pitch to Reddick is outside 1-0.
Since the All-Star break, they've been one of the best home run hitting teams in the game.
Started with the Gomes home run, a 2-run blast.
Before the break, Bob Melvin's team was last in the American League in runs scored. Since the All-Star break, they're second in the American League in runs scored. So things have really turned around with the ability to put numbers up and put them up quickly. Chili Davis. Chili Kid hit some home runs in his day, over I think 350 of them. And his young ball club, 3 homers in this inning.
Chile hit a home run in one of the best pitch games I've ever seen in my life. Pedro Martinez here at the stadium. I think that was the only run, right, Paul?
Yeah, we were actually talking about that yesterday. He brought it up. You remember that game? And I'm sure I remember. And he was talking about some of the things he was talking to Tino that day and how he was trying to relay those kind of messages to some of his younger players. Just certain things he saw in Pedro. As great as he was that night, he kind of got into a rhythm of throwing guys first pitch fastballs in, and he said, I sat on it, I got it, won.
Josh Reddick's nightmare in New York continues. He's 0 for 7 today, 0 for 5 yesterday, so you do the math, that's 0 for 12.
But you know what? If you're Bob Melvin, you know what's going to happen here, and it's a good thing, and it's why Oakland's been successful. You got guys that go through little spurts. They get hot. Cespedes gets hot. Carter hits a big home run. Gomes. All of a sudden, Reddick, now he shows up in your next series in Texas, and he goes off a little bit. So you need certain guys hot all the time. You hate to see your players go through tough series, but you know they'll bounce back.
Well, as long as you survive that and get wins. So if they had lost this game, his 0 for 12 would have been a lot more painful.
Absolutely.
And the Yankees still have a shot in the bottom of the 13th. Pitch upstairs to Donaldson. Count 2-1. Another deep drive. Ichiro on the run going back. And he'll make the play on the warning track for the final out of the 13th. But it was not a lucky 13th for the Yankees. The A's bashed 3 home runs, and they go to the bottom of the 13th, leading by 4.
Johnny Gomes puts the A's in front, a 2-run shot. The A's are not finishing with the long ball. Yoenis Cespedes very deep into the second deck and left. Then Chris Carter going to follow him up there. So 3 home runs for the A's in the 13th inning, and those are our Land Rover drives of the game.
All came in 1 inning. Drives of the game, huh? He showed up.
Well, Bob Melvin will go to the left-hander Figueroa to try to close this out. You see Pedro, his 17th game. He does walk too many, 15 walks in 19 innings. So I'm sure the Yankees, if they're patient, might be able to get on. We'll see. But they've got a big, high hill to climb. Colin Cowgill takes over in left for Johnny Gomes. Gomes has certainly done his job today. And it'll be Ichiro, A-Rod, and Cano here in the bottom of the 13th.
That Figueroa has been back and forth to the minor leagues this year 5 different times. He can tell you the way to Sacramento.
Pitch is high.
Looks like some easy gas there. 97 miles an hour.
Gets your attention when it pops in at 97. Then.
So this is not ordinary when you step in there.
What's the attention number? 95?
That was mine. Anything over 95, it just all of a sudden things happen a little quicker than they should.
The 2-1. 2-2.
You know what's almost unfair too is that the guys that throw really hard also have, that really snap off good breaking balls and stuff because it's the arm speed and how much spin they get on the ball.
Over the head of Figueroa. That's going to be a base hit for Ichiro. So the leadoff runner is on.
Yeah, third hit of the day. Once it got over the mound and Figueroa, there was no chance for Pennington or Drew.
Well, if the Yankees don't rally here in the bottom of the 13th, we've got a great game tomorrow here at the stadium. It will be the rubber game of the set. Hiroki Kuroda on the mound, and I'm sure the Yankees don't mind having him on the mound. Snap throw to first, and Ichiro's back. And A.J. Griffin is going to be going for the A's. And if the Yankees again don't come back, Baltimore's already won in 12 innings. There's Kuroda. And they will enter the rubber game tied atop the American League East with Baltimore. What a strange season. And we told you earlier the Yankees have been separated by no more than one game in the standings since September 3rd. Now it will be a streak of 20 straight days without either team leading the other by more than one game. That's the longest streak during September or later since 1951. Do the math. That's 61 years ago.
And that was the Yankees and the Cleveland Indians.
But the Yankees are still alive here in the bottom of the 13th as A-Rod singles.
"12 hits now for the Yankees in the game. A-Rod's second hit. The whole idea is to keep the line moving as long as you can.
Pat Neshek warming up. And the youngster Figueroa has gotten himself into a jam in the bottom of the 13th. Yankees down by 4. And here is Cano with runners on first and second and nobody out. For Alex, that was his second hit of the day.
Figueroa, all of a sudden that fastball down to 92, kind of aiming a little bit.
That's inside. 2-0.
They popped that one back up to 98 though.
You heard Cubby Cobra say that's inside.
No matter how hard you throw it, you don't throw it for strikes. So he is getting himself into trouble. Nunez is on deck. 3-0.
Well, Michael, you pointed out when we saw his statistics, he walks a bunch.
That's who they have left out there. Sean Doolittle pitched yesterday. We saw Neshek warming up, Chavez, and Ross.
Now the thing here is for Cano, how many pitches he's going to take. You can figure he can throw he's going to throw a ball before he throws 3 strikes.
There's a strike.
Took a little off there, Kenny, with 97.
Strike 2. Lined into left field, it is a base hit. Bases are loaded, nobody out.
Well, you're giving yourself a chance because the tying run's now at the plate. But like I said, just keep the line moving. They figured out Figueroa, and he's gone.
Pat Neshek will come in. Waiting for him at home plate is going to be Eduardo Nunez. He's the tying run, bottom of the 13th. Pat Neshek, they got him from the Orioles on August 3rd. This is what he's done in 19 games. 8 hits and 16 in the third innings and 16 strikeouts.
He's been pretty good for them. He hasn't allowed a run in each of his last 14 appearances. But he's got some inherited runners out there.
Bases loaded with the Yankees. They are not going down easy. And here is Nunez. And he swings and misses. The ball gets past Norris. A run scores. That's Ichiro. The other runners move up. It's now 9-6 Athletics. Norris is having a tough time behind the plate.
So took away the double play.
But Nunez, a little over anxious there. That pitch was nowhere near being a strike. It might have actually hindered Norris from making the reception. Ball gets away. Ichiro plenty of time to score. The other runners move up. Look out. Oh, my goodness.
It's a fun at bat so far. Huh?
Way outside, then way inside.
Also, it's starting to rain here at the stadium. There's a strike, 1-2.
When you get Nunez on base, then you really give yourself a chance.
And the 1-2. Driven out to left center field. Cespedes is there. He makes the catch. Tagging is A-Rod. He'll score. The throw goes to third. So a sac fly for Nunez. And now it's 9-7 A's.
Well, I'll tell you what, I can only be impressed with Cespedes as an outfielder. Got a great jump on that ball and immediately knew where he was going with the baseball. Kept Robbie Cano at second base. See, this ball was hit. He went a long way to get to this ball, but he got behind it where he had enough. He's got a great strong arm. Immediately threw the ball to third to keep Robbie from going over there.
Well, now the problem you have with a guy like Neshek, it's hard for him to get out the opposite batter, and that's what he has there, a guy with power in Ibanez. Because you get a long look at the ball. Runner remains at second. Pitch is high, 1-0. What a game here in the Bronx. We're in the bottom of the 13th. A's scored 4 in the top of the 13th. Yankees have come back with 2 with a runner on second, 1 man out, the tying run at the plate. And Russell Martin's on deck. 1 for 3 against Neshek. That one was a home run. There's a strike. 2-1. Ibanez pinch hit a home run way back in the 5th inning. Hit by a pitch in the 7th. Struck out in the 9th and doubled in the 12th. Missed outside, 3-1.
Is that a changeup?
Changeup. I don't know that a sidearm guy can throw a changeup. Took a lot off of that one. Like to have that guy in the lineup, Mark Teixeira.
Heading to Tampa tomorrow. Start some rehab. 3-1. There it is. Deep to right. Tie game. See ya. A bullet home run. 2-run shot. It's 9-9.
Michael, you said he doesn't do well against lefty hitters. He fell behind Ibanez 3-1. Had to come in. And what a turn of events. His inning's still not over.
There's Russell Martin, and he takes a strike.
Been struggling big time coming into today.
Oh. Absolutely centered a fastball, hit it right on the barrel.
Far away places.
Tapped out toward first. Moss is there, steps on the bag. That's the second out. And now he's got another one of those left-handers that'll give him trouble, Curtis Granderson. So Ibanez has tied it. Now Granderson comes up with a chance to win it in the bottom of the 13th. If the Yankees go on to great things in October, and if they win this game, this will be the one you look back on and go, yeah.
We called that one, oh my.
Yep. This will be on the DVD set.
Classic.
There it is. If it's fair, it's over. Foul ball. Just kept hooking. Boy, did he hit that.
He did, but Neshek took enough off of it that all he could do was pull it foul.
Yeah, watch the reaction. Curtis Granderson knew immediately. He didn't get it.
Another one deep, but foul. This one in the third deck.
He almost hit that ball sideways. I don't know where else.
It looks like balls that pull in the woods.
Yeah, a little hook on that.
One and two. Neshek looks almost helpless out there against the lefty batter. He's got very few weapons to counteract that.
He's got another one on deck.
Johnny Gomes thought his swing was going to win this game for his team, but the bullpen has not been able to hold it. 1-2. And the pitch. Missed outside, 2-2. Boy, Ibanez has been struggling so much in the second half of the season, but 2 home runs today in a game he didn't even start.
Something off of it. I mean, it looks like he's a little gun shy with that fastball into the lefties, Kenny. There's not much. You pointed it. There's really not much he can do.
Looked like he tried the quick pitch as well. Sped up the windup.
Ground ball to second. We're going to go to the 14th. But what a comeback for the Yankees. They scored 2 early in the inning, and then Raul Ibanez crushes one into the second deck to tie the game. Cano loves what he sees. So does Ibanez. 9-9.
Steady and then 0 for 5, but in a pinch hitting role in the 5th inning. There it goes. But even a bigger spot in the 13th inning, down by 2 runs with a man on. The game is retied. Raul Ibanez, his 16th and 17th home runs of the season.
Here's Corey Wade. Wade has not pitched well, and this is certainly not Joe Girardi's first choice, but there's not many options out there right now. We told you about the availability of Soriano and Robertson, and Phelps had a throw day yesterday, so he's not able to pitch out of the bullpen until tomorrow. Corey Wade's going to have to suck it up and get the job done, and he has really, really struggled. And he certainly served up the long ball this year. That's why he got sent down to the minor leagues. A 9-9 game as we go to the 14th. And here's Derek Norris. Norris is 0 for 3 since pinch hitting in the 8th inning. He's had some day. Got run over at home plate by Ibanez. Had a pass ball, wild pitch. Struck out twice, grounded to short. There's a ground ball right side. Cano is there. 1 out.
There's your options, Michael.
I think the only other option is Warren. I don't believe that Phelps can go today.
He's not available.
Right, because of the throw day yesterday, and the other two guys just can't go. Here's Pennington. Shows bunt, takes a strike.
It's going to be a crowded box score tomorrow.
There's a strike.
Wade's going to have any success at all. His fastball touches, you just saw it. Probably that's it, the limit, 89. He's got a decent changeup, but I think he lost the feel for it during the course of the season, Michael, as you said, and then all of a sudden everybody was on it. It's like everybody went to the videotape on it. And that earned him a trip back to Scranton-Wilkes-Barre.
You know, we were talking earlier about how tomorrow could be the rubber game. Well, the Yankees would like it to be a game where they could sweep. So with a 4-run deficit going to the bottom of the 13th, they had other ideas about playing a rubber game tomorrow. There's still a lot of work to do as we are in the 14th. That one is lined down the left field line, and it slices foul into the seats.
Nixon Pettit trying to figure it all out. See how comfortable he took that pitch 0-2. He just knew it was a couple inches inside it.
Slow roller. Fielded by Wade. And he gets Pennington hustling down the line to the second out. Not many in the crowd left in the ballpark. They have left.
They've gone other places.
Where'd they go? I thought I saw them at the beginning of the game.
Why don't you give us another Bigelow scouting report, Michael?
The weather's lousy now.
It has changed since we started.
Pitch outside to Drew, 2-0. That one's driven deep to center field. Going back, Granderson still back. In front of the track, he puts it away. And a 1-2-3 inning. You know what? We're going to the bottom of the 14th. I think it's time for a second 7th inning stretch. Get up, stretch, come on back, stay in front of the TV. We got a good one here.
Yes, network game another time around. If you missed any of the big hits and great plays, just watch the encore later every night or again the next morning at 9 o'clock. Brought to you by Verizon Fios.
It's starting to rain, as you can see on our camera lens, as we go to the bottom of the 14th. It hasn't been the most perfect game, but it certainly has been epic in its drama, as Tyson Ross with a 6.47 ERA will come on for the A's.
Ross, another pitcher's been back and forth in minor leagues. Ross will be facing a player he probably rooted for when he was a kid, because Ross is a local product. Lives in Oakland, California, was born in Berkeley. Second round pick, 2008.
Here's Eric Chavez. Eric came into the game in the 7th and struck out. Fouled away, so he struck out in the 7th, grounded to second in the 10th, and then walked in the 12th.
Can you have a tough time in games like this as a hitter trying to get home run out of your mind? It's so hard as a hitter to walk up there. I mean, everybody wants to be a hero.
The 0-1.
Well, the A's did it a little differently with their 4-run outburst. They used the home run to score their 4. The Yankees kept the line moving. First 3 guys got base hits, and then sacrificed like they had the home run. '97.
Feeding those guys in the pen. Every one of them come in throwing 95, 97.
A 1-2. Line drive foul.
I think the reason why Ross wears number 66, and I remember this when we were out there in Oakland in July. He wears number 66 because growing up in Oakland, he played in a park on 66th Street or 66th Avenue, which wasn't far away from the Oakland Coliseum. And that's why he chose number 66.
Learn something up there, Mike.
All the time, like class. The 1-2.
Is that a compliment?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Of course.
Remember, it's mentioned that we're out on the West Coast.
And the 2-2. Foul ball. Ninth pitcher used by Bob Melvin, Tyson Ross.
Yeah, Chavez drove in 114 runs in 2001, 109 in 2002, 101 in 2003, and 101 in 2005 for the A's.
The 2-2. There's a base hit. So the winning run is on first base.
Now, could you imagine, Michael, we talked about it, with the expansion of the roster on September 1st and the 40-man roster, and you have so many extra players, two teams fighting it out for pennants and wild cards. And you've talked about it, Joe Girardi's talked about it, that you have to put a set lineup in before the game. That would be their idea, you know, to put 25, 26 guys. What a different game this would have been with the importance of it if you only had 25 or 26 guys.
Pinch runner is Melky Mesa.
This is his major league debut.
So his heart must be pounding as he stands on first base.
Well, here we go in this situation where Ross gives up the leadoff single, and now he's got to face three potential Hall of Famers in a row to try and stop the Yankees.
It'll start with Jeter, then Ichiro, then A-Rod. The only one left on the Yankee bench without a line through his name is Francisco Cervelli.
Now we know Mesa has speed. What kind of judgment does he have on the bases here?
That's the thing. I mean, Narcis's had trouble throwing guys out, but can you let a young guy take off?
Jeter bunts. Right back to Ross, and the sacrifice successful as Mesa moves to second. So the Yankees have two shots to win it, one with Ichiro, one with A-Rod.
Now, is Bob Melvin tired of seeing Ichiro get hit after hit? Does he just put him on?
I was wondering that. Would you do that?
You know, you create a double play situation. I think it's the right thing to do.
I do too. There's just so many ways Ichiro. I mean, he can slap the whole field is in play with Ichiro. Where, you know, some of the other hitters, it's not that way.
And that's what they're going to do.
So earlier in the game, in the 6th inning, they intentionally walked A-Rod to get to Cano, and Cano wrapped into a double play. Now they're walking Ichiro to get to A-Rod. There's ball 3.
How many hits does Ichiro have in this series? 50?
Yeah, that's right.
Got a whole bunch. Every game's been a multi-hit game.
Well, he has 3 today and he had 2 yesterday.
Well, you count the Toronto series, it might be 50.
So here's Alex. Chance to be the hero. Or one of the heroes, because Ibanez is certainly going to be high up in the lead.
So the outfielders, they're kind of caught in a quandary here. A-Rod has power. You can't play too close. You know, you want to have a play at the plate. But if you get too close and he runs one pretty well to the wall, you're not going to get it. Game's going to be over anyway.
He's got speed all over the bases.
And there's a strike. Alex today, 2 hits. He's walked twice. He's 2 for 5. Scored 3 runs.
Off with a hanging slider right there. Alex Rodriguez wanting to see a pitch.
And the 0-1. Line drive, base hit to center field. Here comes Mesa. He misses third base. He's got to hold up. He missed third base. He was coming home with the winning run, and he missed the bag. First big league game, heart pumping. and he just missteps over third.
You know what, though? He did the right thing and went back. Because you know the A's saw it.
Well, he wasn't even going to throw the ball to home plate. But you're right. I mean, you missed the base. You know you missed the base. I'm telling you what, I can remember running the bases the first night I played. My legs were so tight. I was so nervous. It's like I didn't even have control of it. Would he ever do that in the minor leagues? No. But he did.
A-Rod wants to know what happened.
Well, now Cano has a chance. Infield is halfway at short and second. They're in at the corners and fairly shallow in the outfield. 0-1. You cannot believe that some of this is going on in this game.
I saw it, but I didn't believe it at first.
You said it? I thought you were kidding.
What about judgment? Oh, he had the judgment to go back.
I'll tell you one thing. You get a base hit or a sac fly here, it'll be a lot of fun in that clubhouse in Mesa. Talking about it.
Somebody's going to put a base in his locker.
The 0-1. 0-2. This is the Yankee bench when Alex Rodriguez lines this single. They think the game is over. Ready to celebrate, ready to jump. But Melky Mesa missed third. And back to the bench.
Robbie was holding him up, telling him not even to slide.
We're in the bottom of the 14th. 9-9, bases loaded. 0-2 count on Cano.
Oh, he almost threw that up here.
That's a hard one to swing at right there, Kenny. When you're wasting the pitch as a hitter, I don't care how antsy you are, what you want to do. That's a hard one to swing at.
Mace's at third. That's all that counts. Ichiro is at second. A-Rod's at first. The winning run 90 feet away. Yankees with 16 hits. The A's with 15 hits. The 1-2. Right back to Ross. Bobbles fires home and they get the force. Wow. 2 away.
Like a little sinker off the end of the bat. Ross, well, throwing off balance. Makes the accurate throw. Just as soon to throw this one away, but he stays with it. Norris handles it, and Mesa is out.
Nobody's rooting for a run more than Melky Mesa right now. His first big league game, the chance to get mobbed at home plate. And he runs over third base without touching it. Nunez could pick him up. He spent some of the year with him in the minor leagues. And a big spot for Eduardo. He had a sac fly in the Yankees' 4-run 13th. So with 2 outs, the infield could back up. A-Rod now the winning run at third. Check that. Ichiro's the winning run at third. A-Rod at second. Cano at first. The big right-hander leans in for the sign. And the pitch. It's high. And the 1-0. Punched out to first. Bobble! And Nunez is going to reach first, and the Yankees win an improbable game. A walk-off E3. Ichiro scores, and the Yankees come back time and again, and they win this one 10-9. Go ahead. Don't believe this.
Walk-off E3.
Yep.
I was making sure everybody hit the bases out there. I wasn't watching where the ball was going. And I'm telling you what, this is what you want to see. It's all over. It's all said and done with. Now it's a joke. And I'm telling you what, Michael, that's one of the better comebacks I've seen in a game that looked completely out of hand. To come back and fight back, huge win for the New York Yankees.
Boy, that smile would not have been there if the Yankees didn't win this game. And a tough loss for the Oakland A's. Every game is so big, so the Yankees will hold on to their one-game lead in the American League East. They were down by 4 heading into the bottom of the 13th. They tie the game, and now they win it right here on a walk-off E3. And they got to hit the ball. Eduardo Nunez is with Meredith on the field. Meredith?
Eduardo, this was a wild one. What's going through your head when you hit that ball right there?
Just I'm trying. He missed, and there's a big opportunity for win the game. And I want to try too much.
You look at the team before that, coming back, putting up 4 runs after they put up 4 runs. What is it about this team that they continue to battle back and fight?
That's great, That's the thing. You have to the 27 hours for win the game. And I think we got it right, We push each other to get our ball, bat our ball, time and time, and we win.
A walk-off win last night, and now this one a dramatic win. What can this do for you guys building more momentum moving forward?
We know this is going to be a big game almost every day, and we know it's going to be a close game every time, and we try, and we had it.
Eduardo, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Send it back upstairs, Michael.
Well, thank you, Meredith. Unbelievable. Ichiro scores the winning run in an improbable 10-9 victory for the Yankees. Hugs and smiles. We'll come back. We'll try to wrap it up.